Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Environmental Planning Commission meeting of February 19th, 2025. I will call the meeting to order at 7:02 p.m. For those joining us in person, please note that due to our hybrid environment, audio and video presentations can no longer be shared from the lectern. Requests to show an audio or video presentation during a meeting should be directed to epc@mountainview.gov by 4:30 p.m. on the meeting date. Additionally, due to our hybrid environment, we will no longer have speakers line up to speak on an item. Anyone wishing to address the EPC in person must complete a yellow speaker card. Please indicate the name you would like to be called by when it is your turn to speak and the item number on which you wish to speak. Please complete one yellow speaker card for each item on which you wish to speak and turn them in to the EPC clerk as soon as possible, but no later than the call for public comment on the item you are speaking on. Instructions for addressing the commission virtually may be found on the posted agenda. Recently, regional and local elected and appointed bodies have been subjected to disruptive, racist verbal attacks by anonymous callers during virtual public comments. The City of Mountain View is fully committed to racial, religious, and cultural equity and justice as we strive to create a welcoming, safe, and inclusive community for all. This advisory body commission welcomes respectful and non-threatening public comments regarding matters over which the advisory body commission has jurisdiction. Comments deemed otherwise pursuant to the Council Code of Conduct and the Government Code may be grounds for immediately terminating the speaker's comment period. Now I will ask the APC clerk to proceed with roll call.
Commissioner Dempsey?
Here.
Commissioner Donahue?
Here.
Commissioner In?
Here.
Commissioner Cranston?
Here.
Vice Chair Nunes?
Here.
Chair Gutierrez?
Here.
All commissioners are present.
Great. Before continuing on in the agenda, I propose that we call for a motion to modify tonight's agenda. Having spoken to Deanna beforehand, though, I think we spoke that we were going to not do that, and instead we're going to go on with what we had initially posted on the agenda. So for those of you who are waiting to speak to 61 and 62, we're going to do our study session first. Minutes approval? We have none. Oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the EPC on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the commission from acting on non-agenda items. If anyone in attendance would like to provide comments on non-agenda items, please fill out a yellow speaker card and provide it to the EPC clerk. If anyone on Zoom would like to provide comment on non-agenda items, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Phone users can mute and unmute themselves with *6.
There's no speaker on this.
Great. So having said that, or having listened to this, I believe we're moving on now to the study session, 5.1 R3 Zoning District Update, Increased Densities. Please note that we do have a Spanish and Chinese interpretation for this item. We'll first have a staff presentation.
La sesión de estudio.
Then public comment. At the closure of public comment, the commission will then discuss the item, including any questions. Let's begin with a staff presentation from Advanced Planning Manager Eric Anderson and Community Development Director Christian Murdoch.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. This item is regarding increased densities in the R3 zoning district. My name is Eric Anderson, and I'm joined by Amber Blazinski, the Assistant Community Development Director. Also available for questions are Wayne Chen, the Housing Director, Christian Murdoch, the Community Development Director, Cecilia Kim with Opticos, our consultant, and David Bergman, Lisa Wise Consulting, our economic consultant. This project started back in 2020. Since then, it has gone through several rounds of outreach and study sessions. In addition, the project has been put on hold several times to address other cities' priorities, such as the displacement response strategy and the housing element. The displacement response strategy is a related project led by the Housing Department because rent-stabilized units are a key focus of the strategy, and the R3 district contains the majority of rent-stabilized units. In October 2023, Council directed staff to prepare an ordinance requiring replacement of rent-stabilized units with affordable units in new development that would go into effect when SB 330 sunsets. Last April, the City Council provided direction on the project, including support for these key goals: supporting diverse unit types, creating better design through form-based standards that are pedestrian-friendly, include transitions to lower density neighborhoods, and supporting trees and landscaping, support for neighborhoods serving commercial, complying with state and housing element requirements, density change in targeted areas to increase housing supply with a focus on large parcels, and creating incentives for more attractive than state density bonus, and encouraging parcel aggregation. In addition to the goals, the City Council provided other direction on the project. They expressed support for a framework of density subdistricts that went up to 6 stories, and they also provided feedback on a range of criteria to use to locate higher densities. The EPC also added one of the criteria above, on this slide through their recommendation. This slide is a reminder of the obligations that the city must consider in this project. Housing element programs include prototype analyses, updating definitions, lowering development costs through the reduction of standards, addressing state laws, and allowing for live-work units, and incorporating some R2 areas. Relevant state laws include the state density bonus, which is frequently updated, SB 478, which sets limits on the city's FAR standards for smaller projects, SB 684 and 1123, which create a ministerial pathway for projects on small sites, SB 330, which includes a replacement requirement for rent-stabilized units and prohibition on downzoning through 2030, and SB 1211, which expands the allowance for ADUs on multifamily sites. Regarding the state density bonus, most projects that use it will be eligible for waivers and concessions of development standards that the city has little control over. Therefore, the R3 project cannot realistically anticipate everything that can be built. One of the council goals for the project is to support density change in targeted areas, especially large parcel areas, to increase housing supply. They also indicated support for the creation of parks and open space. To implement these goals, the team has identified 14 draft change areas that meet these goals. These are shown on the screen. A strict adherence to the utilization of all council location criteria would have eliminated every site in the R3 zoning district. Therefore, rather than using these criteria to eliminate areas, this report presents a different change area methodology that adheres closer to the project goals, then evaluates those change areas based on the criteria. This process allows EPC and City Council to use their own judgment to determine which criteria are the most important. The following slides will describe how we got to the proposed change areas from the council goals. This is a hypothetical neighborhood, 4 blocks along Street A and B, which includes a mix of R3 sites along with adjacent R1 neighborhood. The first step is to remove small and less likely to develop sites. These are now shown in gray. This is based on council direction to focus on large parcels that can support increased density. The second step is to remove parcels with significant R1, R2, and mobile home adjacencies. When less than 20% of a site is adjacent, the site is left in. The site on the upper left is removed, but the site below, where it says Street A, is still under consideration. The remaining contiguous areas of at least 90,000 square feet are the change areas. This allows us to focus on a reasonable number of areas and to support future neighborhood planning. For example, 90,000 square feet is a reasonable size site to expect a public park and other neighborhood amenities. Exhibit 3 includes detailed maps of each change area, and Exhibit 4 includes an evaluation of the change areas relative to the council-endorsed criteria. The first question for EPC consideration tonight is, do the identified areas reflect council goals and criteria? And should any areas be reconsidered based on those criteria? The next question is regarding future densities in these areas. To support that decision, Exhibit 5 to the staff report includes a feasibility and prototype analysis of medium and large lots in the R3 zone, studying potential of for sale and rental projects. This analysis also assumes the provision of public paths and open space and replacement of rent-stabilized units with permanently affordable units pursuant to SB 330 and the city's forthcoming local replacement ordinance. The analysis found that 6 to 7-story buildings at 75 to 135 units per acre would be necessary for feasible development. The staff report presents 3 options for new densities, based on the prototype analysis and the density framework presented to Council last April. In option 1, the base density is likely feasible. It would apply the 6-story R3 D2 subzone to the change areas. In the latter 2 options, a bonus would be necessary to meet feasible densities. Option 2A would apply the 4-story R3 D1 subzone to the change areas, and applicants could use the state density bonus to meet the densities on the prototype analysis. Option 2B would not increase base densities. A local bonus would be created that would allow projects to meet the densities in the prototype analysis. Note that there are some risks and challenges associated with the local bonus approach. Higher densities may be necessary to create the right incentives. State law may change how local bonuses apply, and Mountain View's history with local bonuses is focused on precise plans, not a general ordinance like R3. The second question for EPC consideration tonight is for the change areas selected, what density options should the city study as the R3 zoning district update is carried out? The question may require extensive discussion since there are many change areas. In order to focus the discussion, staff recommends the approach here. First, to determine the overall preferred density option, and then determine if there are any areas where a different option should apply. The next key question for the EPC to consider relates to a program in the housing element. The housing element includes Program 1.3, which directs the city to identify areas of the R2 zone to include in R3. The housing element has a strong focus on affirmatively furthering fair housing, and several programs are specifically targeted to increasing the supply of housing in the city's highest opportunity neighborhoods. There's no specific area that the housing element is defines as highest opportunity, but the areas south of El Camino and around downtown are the focus of other programs that are intended to support affirmatively furthering fair housing. These areas also have good access to transit and services, especially downtown and areas near El Camino Real, and are served by the city's highest performing schools. In addition, the council and community have expressed interest in maintaining neighborhood transitions to lower density neighborhoods. Based on these considerations, the report proposes R2 areas to include in R3 based on 2 criteria. Sites within the areas south of El Camino Real and in the vicinity of downtown, and sites that do not border on the rear or side yards of R1 properties. These sites can be integrated into the R3 zone at the density illustrated here. The R3A density was presented to the City Council back in April 2024. It is lower density than the rest of the existing R3 zoning district, but would allow multifamily housing without a use permit and would allow greater density than the R2 zone. The third question for EPC consideration tonight is, does the EPC support or recommend modifications to the proposed criteria and density for upzoning R2 properties? The map here shows the parcels that meet the criteria in orange. Here are the next steps for the project. The City Council will provide direction on these questions on March 25th. And after Council provides direction on these questions, the project will continue with environmental review and drafting the standards. In addition, we will conduct additional outreach to the affected neighborhoods and properties. This concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
So at this point in time, we'll go on to public comment. If anyone in attendance would like to provide comments on this item, please fill out a yellow speaker card and provide it to the APC clerk. If anyone on Zoom would like to provide comment on this item, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press star 9 on your phone. Phone users can mute and unmute themselves with star 6.
We have an in-person speaker, Glenn Bates.
Welcome, Glenn.
Hi, I'm Glenn Bates. I've been a resident of either Mountain View or Palo Alto my entire life, so I love both cities. And I'm here kind of representing a few people from the Monroe Park area of Palo Alto, which is adjacent to the developments being looked at around Del Medio. And there's some concerns there because the existing growth that's happened has increased the traffic along Del Medio. It's made it even more dangerous than it was before. But we also get a lot of side traffic that cuts through the neighborhood and goes through Miller Ave and trying to avoid the San Antonio El Camino traffic lights. So adding more density to that area is going to add more traffic to that area. And that street is already, parking is another issue. That street is already full. The developments that are there do not have enough parking for the residents that are there. And so they have moved into the Palo Alto neighborhood. So we often have cars that are parking in the neighborhood. Many of them are very responsible and respectful, and we know these cars, we know these residents. There are some people who come and they park and they pee on the property or they leave trash. We've had abandoned cars. It's going to create more problems once the daylighting is enforced, because there's a lot of little intersections there with crossings, and there's a lot of people parking right along those intersections, and those, 20 feet away you got to be. So those people are going to move into our neighborhood even more. And it's becoming increasingly difficult sometimes to park if somebody throws a party and there's a ton of cars just littering the street. We may have to institute residential permit parking in that area, which would push all of that traffic, all of those cars, back onto Del Medio and into the surrounding areas. So a request that I have is that when you guys design these properties, however you do it, and I'm for increasing density, but let's be honest about what parking requirements are today, not what we hope they will be in 10 years or 5 years. The reality is today, the streets are full. And there is no way to widen the street. You're not going to increase parking. Daylighting will reduce it. So when you have a lot of people moving in to this little tiny area, which has only so many inlets and outlets, California Street, Miller Ave, Fayette, Del Medio, and Monroe, it's the only ways in and out of that neighborhood. You're going to be increasing the amount of traffic, the amount of parking pressure on the neighbors, and our area in Monroe Park is largely R1. One of the things I noticed in the criteria was that it was not adjacent to any R1 or R2 zones. But that was, there's a, on the northwestern side of Del Medio, that's R3. So it's a one property strip of R3. Right beyond that is R1. So please remember, when you're designing, design for the whole area, not just for the Mountain View Del Medio.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, we have speakers on Zoom. First one is Ann Paulson. And you should be able to talk. And the next one will be Robert Cox. Please get ready. So Anne, you can start talking now.
Good evening. I'm Ann Paulson from Los Altos. And I just have a question, and I hope that the Opticos consultant can comment on this, because I'm quite interested in your prototypes. You're saying that you can build dense condos, for example, at say 75 dwelling units an acre, for $600 a square foot. And as it happens, my city of Los Altos also commissioned such a study just over a year ago and determined that it would cost for the same building $900 a square foot, not including the price of land, which, as you know, is quite expensive in Los Altos. And I just would like the Opticos consultant to perhaps comment on why this huge difference exists, because it seems like if you are a builder who could do that in Mountain View, you could just pick up your crew, drive them over to your neighbor, Los Altos, and put up a building for the same $600 a square foot and make a killing. So what's the difference here? It's not the land value, because that $900 doesn't include the land value. So anyway, I hope that you can comment on this, because it's a mystery I'm trying to understand. Thank you very much.
All right, next speaker is Robert Cox, followed by Tony Rath. Sorry, Robert, you can talk now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Chair Gutierrez, Vice Chair Nunez, and members of the EPC. I'm Robert Cox, speaking for the Steering Committee of Livable Mountain View. We've already sent in a letter, so let me just repeat the main points. For the selection of high-intensity areas, we concur with the staff recommendation. It balances the desire for new housing production with the consideration of transition to existing residential neighborhoods. We also generally support the R3D1 for all but the Del Medio South areas. This would permit up to 8 stories with the state density bonus. As the staff report notes, buildings of up to 7 stories are those which can be developed without resorting to overly expensive building materials and construction techniques. Finally, we support R2 to R3 conversion when it is not adjacent to single-family homes. We in Mountain View are proud of calling ourselves a community for all. Part of actually being that means balancing the concerns of all residents, including those who have worked hard to buy a home in our city, support it with our property taxes, and volunteer our free time to help build this inclusive environment we all enjoy. Please adopt a program tonight that will balance the concerns of renters and homeowners alike. Thank you for listening to our concerns. I yield the rest of my time.
All right, thank you. The next person is Tony Rath, and followed by Alexander Brown. Tony, you should be able to speak now.
Dear EPC members, I'm Tony Rath, a longtime resident of Cuesta Park. I would like to thank the staff for their sensible approach to the R3 rezoning and their site selection process. It balances the needs for increasing the availability of housing stock with the concerns of homeowners in nearby homes. I support the selection criteria and the 14 sites identified in the staff report, and thank you for your consideration.
All right, next speaker is Alexander Brown. Alexander, you should be able to speak now.
All right. Hey, friends. Been a while. No, it hasn't. I just wanted to agree with the first speaker, Glenn. I think that there are too many cars and that we should find a way to get rid of them. I think that cars polluting the streets is a problem. And also that we should have more public accommodations so that people have options when they have to pee. Because that is a problem that our community has faced. So I think that adding density and giving people more places to live and creating areas that are more rich with a community where they could walk to the places they need to go, because there is a greater density of people to open shops, coffee places, bookstores, you know, things that don't involve getting into a car. I think that this is a good direction, and I'm very happy to hear support for increasing density so that we can fit more people, because we need to house them. That's what a community is. All right. Thanks.
All right, there's one more speaker, David Wilson. David, you should be able to speak now.
Hi, I'm David Watson. I am a member of Mountain View YIMBY. We sent you a letter, and I'm going to read some highlights from it. We generally favor option 1 with the higher base density. We agree with R2 to R3 rezoning that prioritizes parcels with good access to public transit, schools, and essential services. We would also request R2 parcels that are substantially surrounded by higher density zones be upgraded to R3 as well. With regard to R2/R3A densities, when the housing element was drafted, SB 9 made R1 allow functionally 4 user units, such that R2 could be considered the least dense residential zoning district. As such, we see a real opportunity for the city to correct this and ensure that whatever remains R2 fits logically in the continuum between R1 and R3. Regarding the R3A approach, we do reiterate that SB 684 has functionally set a new baseline where non-rental properties are allowed to build at 30 units per acre in order to get 10 units. As such, we would like to see a bit more density allowed so that our local rules are more attractive to develop under. The staff report is also silent on how economically viable the R3-A is. Also, with regard to parking, this is I guess to some extent in response to comments that I've heard during that we've heard during this meeting. We would say that it would be a good idea for the city to establish parking programs, and I believe they already are working on that. So that's the ideal solution here is performance paid parking, and whatever the city can do to move towards a Donald Shoup style parking regime in areas that are becoming overly booked with parking. What's the right word? In parts of the city where there are no longer enough parking spaces, it would be a good idea to move towards performance paid parking. And as I said, I believe the city is already working on that. So it's it should not be a serious concern with regard to R3 as long as the city continues that work on performance paid parking. Thank you.
All right, that's all the speaker we have.
Thank you, Clerk. Thanks everyone for chiming in as well, whether in person or through Zoom. We'll move on to EPC questions and discussion. The discussion topic related to including R2 sites into the R3 zoning district requires several commissioners to recuse themselves due to conflict of interest. Therefore, we will take questions and discussion regarding the third question and then return to questions 1 and 2 afterwards. Question 3 is, does the EPC support or recommend modifications to the proposed criteria and density for upzoning R2 properties? First, we will discuss this question as it pertains to properties along Hans Avenue, 249 to 269 Pamela Drive, and 1147 to 1271 Phyllis Avenue. Commissioner Donahue, can you please make your recusal statement?
I am recusing myself from discussion on this agenda item due to proximity of my personal residence to R2 properties along Hans Avenue, 249 to 269 Pamela Drive, and 1147 to 1271 Phyllis Avenue.
Commissioners, does anyone have any questions? Commissioner Nunez.
Thank you, Chair. Why did those yellow ones not meet the criteria? Just for a little bit of clarity in terms of what is different between those properties. And to my understanding, Phyllis, I think this is close to that that shopping center, right?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Eric Anderson, Advanced Planning Manager. The yellow properties didn't meet the criteria because they directly abut R1 properties. And yes, to orient the commission and the public to this image, the kind of pink area on the lower right-hand side of the image is the Grant Park Plaza Shopping Center. El Camino Real kind of goes along the top right corner of the image, and Graham Middle School is on the upper left of the image in kind of teal.
Any follow-up question, Commissioner Nunez?
I guess it just, thank you, Chair. It just does feel a little bit constraining, I guess, and maybe I wouldn't have known this until we got into the motion of the discussion, to kind of think about this as like a piece by piece discussion versus like the whole thing, right? I mean, because the concern I'm having here is that this is in a prime area as we like to think about it or discuss it, which is, you know, closeness to retail, closeness to transit. That's like, I think Phyllis Avenue is a very well connected, if not arterial road, like sub-arterial or whatever the tone is there. And so having a discussion from a like piece by piece R2 area is less the concern that I have with regard to these, you know, 5 yellow blocks, and more just looking at this as this is ostensibly very much in line with the kind of areas that we, you know, often discuss as a commission around where we want to see more development. So I don't know how to kind of like tackle that within this one image as of yet. So I'll just kind of throw that out there as my thinking.
Any other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Cranston?
A process question. Are we just asking questions and then we're going to discuss all of it together? Or are they going to have to recuse themselves again and we go back and...
I think that's the process, right? So we'll discuss all this as far as I know. Eric can provide clarification. And then afterwards, as we discuss the issues, then I understand others will also recuse themselves from the conversation.
But then are we voting on each of these one by one as well? I would agree this, I'm getting...
So, yeah, we would be looking for a motion and straw vote for each of the 3 areas where commissioners will need to be recused. And then we'll come back for the remainder of the areas, and we'll look for a motion and a straw vote on the remainder areas. And I, you know, acknowledging that the commission's conversation is, you know, is guiding, the chair is guiding this discussion, and the commission's input is what we're seeking here. You know, some general comments about the types of sites, like Commissioner Nunez said, the types of characteristics of sites that may you may want to expand into or kind of consider removing from this zoning action. Those types of general comments we can move forward with as staff. So you can make those motions with general comments rather than necessarily talking about this individual property here or that individual property there.
So we're going to ask questions, go through all 4, the 3 separate plus the toe, then have a discussion, and then we do the straw polls, and each of them have to recuse themselves a second time? Or
No,
are we doing straw polls as we do each one?
Yes.
So just to reiterate, we'll take a straw vote after each question. Okay. So, Commissioner Dempsey.
So just a point of clarification. So the what we're trying to decide is for the orange marked areas that we want to upzone, we would upzone to R3A. Not, because I noticed here where there's a couple places in the staff report where we mentioned there'll be some other options offered at a later date. Are we offering other options at a later date, or are we doing 3A for these upzones areas? Or perhaps I'm misunderstanding the question.
We are looking for the EPC's recommendation on the approach that we're presenting here today, which is twofold. One, the sites and the criteria that we've selected, and the second is the zone or density or character that we are proposing to upzone R2 to. So if you think, as one of the speakers said, this R3A kind of 15 to 25 units per acre, 2.5-story character isn't dense enough for R3A, as one of the speakers, one of the public speakers said, then that is good direction to us to move forward on. If you think it's too dense, then that is also good direction for us to move forward on.
Any other questions? Commissioner Nunez.
I might end up asking this again, sorry to the public, just because of people recusing themselves and so forth. With regard to those yellow squares, are there, I guess, like, what was the menu of like options that staff ran through for answering the question of something to the effect of, in what ways can these be incorporated into the update? So, for example, maybe these are specified for, maybe it's the same density as those orange squares, but specified for middle income ownership. Or these abutting R1 will have different setback requirements, and still, like, what precisely were those, like, you know, cascading options that staff ran through where the eventual decision was none of those will work, we are excluding them from the R3?
So the housing element provides the guidance for this, and the housing element guidance says that for R2 areas that are left as R2, we're going to allow SB9 type densities with the addition of additional ADUs, and then for the properties that are zoned into R3, which is the question that we're focusing on now, we're going to come back later and talk about the SB9 type zoning amendments that we need to do to the existing R2 areas. But right now we're focusing on where are we going to include R2 properties into R3. Really we have already kind of floated this approach of the R3A zone to council back in April. That was part of our framework of densities. And so we're following through on that process. I would say that we did not consider small changes in standards between different zoning districts. That's usually not very effective. You want your zoning districts to have kind of internally consistent standards that where the standards support the density that's envisioned. And so we're starting from a density approach, and then we'll move into the standards later in the process.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cranston.
I guess I have a new question now. Is it possible that changing R2 to deal with the ADUs will mean that R2s could actually end up with a higher density than the R3A?
Well, R3A is also going to be allowed a significant number of ADUs under AB 1211. We have a table of the number of units that we expect will be on a range of different sites in the staff report. And so there will also be additional opportunity on larger sites under R3A, for example, through density bonus, that wouldn't be available on R2. So state law is getting really complicated, and it's getting really hard to anticipate all of the different ways that density standards are going to be affected by state law. It's not going to be a perfect, density increase between different zones. And state law is going to come in like they did with SB 684 and allow certain development types to be higher density. And that's just something that we can't necessarily control either.
What I was hoping for was a no. Okay. Which was, I mean, if the chances are that by doing this stuff on R2, we end up with somebody who stayed in R2 having a potential higher density than something that's R3, then I would suggest we table this until we look at R2 and those changes to understand if this is the right thing for those things. As it is right now, if we change it and then they're actually penalized because we changed it, that's not fair to them. So again, what I was looking for was a no. If you're saying you're going to come back with something, a package of things that will assure that R3A ends up allowing a higher density than R2 with all these changes, then I'm okay, but I'm not okay if there's a risk of it being the other way. So yeah, that's an important question to me.
Well, I think that's if the commission agrees, I think that's good general direction that we can work into the development of specific densities and standards as we're moving forward. So I think that is one thing that we're going to be doing concurrently with this, or maybe in parallel with this, is that R2 zoning update. So you are going to see both of those in roughly the same timeline. And we'll be able to bring back that analysis with those ordinances together.
So I have a quick question, following up on Commissioner Cranston's point. So if that's the case, Eric, and we're discussing this now, and we decide, for example, we who are here at the dais, to table this, we would still come back to this issue later on with more informed perspectives.
The critical path for this is us starting the CEQA process, and we need to make some reasonable assumptions in the CEQA process about the number of units that and the general areas where the units are going to be. The small density changes that come from an SB9 type approach in R2 are not going to significantly change the program level CEQA analysis that we're going to be doing. What we're looking for is general feedback on the character and densities that we're looking at. Additional comments about Commissioner Cranston's concern about making sure that there's a clear hierarchy of zoning districts is a valid comment that we can address later in the process. But we need to know the rough locations and densities for these areas to go through to really begin the next phase of this project.
So I'm hearing that tabling may not be an option. Go ahead.
Can I just add? Our intent is that would not happen, though, in response to Commissioner Cranston's comment. So the intent is that you would have more density on the orange sites than you would on the yellow sites. So
are you going to assume that in your CEQA analysis? Or are you going to assume it just based on what it is today? I mean, your CEQA analysis is going to
no, the analysis would take into, so if, let's say you answered the question, you all answered the question that you should, have the orange properties be zoned the R3A, and that you would have the yellow properties be, essentially upzoned to allow for SB9 plus ADUs. Let's say that's the angle we went. Then that is the number of units we would study in our CEQA analysis, is whatever that would derive on those parcels based on density, or based on how large the parcels are. Our intent would be that the orange parcels are more dense than the yellow parcels because they are not directly adjacent to R1 properties. And I think it would be pretty rare that you would have more density on an SB9 property than you would on the R3A property. I'm not going to say that it can't happen because there's so many factors that I would need to like wrap my brain around, but that's not our intent. Our intent is that it would be more dense on the orange properties.
Are we doing questions or discussion?
We're doing questions first, and then we're doing discussion.
Okay. Okay, the other, now I forgot my other question because that caught me so blindsided. I'll come back if any.
Sure. On that note, Commissioner Nunez?
Yep. I guess to a similar point, just because of the those orange squares being there, Commissioner Cranston, your point about the density consistency with R2 and R3 is well noted. And just quick question. I know it's not about that like parcel area. I'm sorry. But I just want to make sure before moving forward and using more time here, along those same lines, is it possible that we're going to be seeing R3 also become more dense than R4 even? Like, what's the status of R4 relative to those orange squares in the maps we're seeing?
Well, R4 is way, way, way denser than the orange squares you're seeing on the map. I mean, that's, you know, R4 is...
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A totally different order of magnitude.
Great.
Commissioner Yin?
Thanks. I just had a quick question back to the CEQA analysis. Because we don't know whether or not SB9, you know, who's going to do SB9 and how many units we're going to have, there's so much unknown. Isn't the unknown factor sort of equivalent to like, how many of these units in R2 that we're looking at? And would you be able to just kind of figure out whether or not, you know, the CEQA sort of result, regardless, whether or not we table it today, because the number of units is so in flux?
A key part of the process in CEQA is defining what you call the project description, right? And you need enough information in the project description to start the CEQA process so that people know there's a very early part called the notice of preparation and scoping. So you want people to know what the project is that you're studying so that they can give feedback during that scoping process. So they can tell you what kinds of impacts we should be looking out for. And so you need to define the project well enough during that stage that people are like, okay, yeah, I get what they're trying to do here. And so providing a range of densities and a set of parcels that are affected is kind of the bare minimum there for kind of being informative to the community about starting the CEQA process.
I see. So it's the official CEQA process you need to start. It's not just an analysis to know what the answer might be.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Cranston?
I remembered my other question. So I am fundamentally uncomfortable with the idea of ending up with separate criteria for these three parcels and then a broader thing. That just makes me really uncomfortable. So I guess this is kind of a process question. I mean, if we go through these questions and then, I mean, do we have to vote on them now? Or can we say, you know what, I want to hear all the discussions, and I don't know that we're going to have any changes to the overall criteria, but I don't know that we are or we aren't, and I'm just, the idea of, okay, we do something here and then we do something for the next one, do for the next one, do the last one, I'm not comfortable with that at all. If we're going to make a change, it should be a change. And so can we not vote now and come back to the thing overall, or are we just, you understand my
I get your dilemma.
discomfort?
I totally get it. Thank you, Commissioner Cranston. I think here at this point in time, the reason why we're going bit by bit, and Eric can correct me if I'm wrong, which is fine, it's no big deal, is because of the recusals. And because of that, it makes it difficult to look at it from the overall perspective of how we normally would. At least that's my best guess. Eric?
Yeah. I was going to let the director and the senior assistant city attorney finish conferring, and then I think we can probably maybe answer that question.
Okay. Let's move forward with Commissioner Dempsey's question.
It's going to be a long night. So just a quick question from me. Looking at the criteria here, I see two: near downtown, south of El Camino, and avoids parcels adjacent to R1. I note with curiosity that feasibility is not among them. Why was that?
We will be going through a process later in the process to kind of identify feasibility strategies for small parcels. And that's going to be focused on kind of right-sizing our standards at the densities that the council directs us to pursue in this phase of the project. There probably would not be much difference in feasibility across R2 sites. It would probably not be much of a varying criterion for choosing R2 sites based on feasibility. And the reason why is because most R2 sites have duplexes on them, and the ones that don't have like these HOAs, you know, like these common interest developments, like the little row house or small lot single family developments. And those are kind of a whole different animal from a feasibility perspective. I mean, they're just so unlikely to redevelop. So you're really just asking about duplexes and the viability of duplex redevelopment. Again, it wouldn't be a criterion for choosing different R2 sites. All of the R2 sites would have the same outcome.
Okay. If I may ask another question here. So looking at this map, I see there's orange and there's a bunch of yellow. The yellow, is that all the R2 in the city? Am I reading this right, or maybe I'm reading it wrong?
I don't know which map exactly you're looking at.
I was looking at the whole city.
Okay.
I'm asking a broader question.
Yeah. The citywide map, and I can go back to that here.
I think maybe if we take the context of the slide we were on, sorry, I think it's a little hard to show on this map. It might be a little easier to take the context of the slide we were on. Well, so a lot of the R1 or a lot of the yellow that you see on a big citywide map is R1. And then there is some R2 within that. I think it's hard to see on the big map.
Yeah. So the sites that are actually split up into separate parcels are the R2 sites, and they're colored yellow and orange on this map. There's the pale yellow that isn't split up into separate parcels, and those are R1.
Okay. Well, there's clearly some map confusion, and that whatever resulting confusion is on me for bringing up. I guess I had just a broader question while the conference concludes. I think I know the answer, but correct me if I'm wrong, that the reason why you chose is near downtown and south of El Camino as one of the criteria is because this is a housing element related piece, and the aim there is the affirmatively furthering fair housing. And for that reason, you chose those areas and not, I assume, R2 sections elsewhere in the city. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because if you upzoned any of those other areas in the city, HCD would not view that as affirmatively furthering it, so therefore it's sort of a wash. It doesn't get you what you want.
The strategy was to we could consistent with the housing element, we could upzone all of R2 to R3. I think we could make the argument to HCD that is in the in the same vein as the housing element program and or going further than the housing element program. This is really a decision point for the EPC and council to select a subset of R2 parcels to upzone into R3, focusing on areas of highest opportunity.
And I think just to add and a reminder that all of the R2 sites would effectively be upzoned in some way. Okay. It's just these particular orange parcels are the ones selected through those two criteria points for additional upzoning.
Got it. Thank you.
Vice Chair Nunez.
I figure maybe the conference might take the question, which is that I believe this would go to council anyway, whereas us declining to give commentary would be like meta commentary that would still go to council. Is that accurate in terms of process? Like if we decide to table that, is that in itself commentary? And no matter what, this would still, the next step is go to council where they would do whatever they want?
Good evening, Commissioners. Christian Murdoch, Community Development Director. I think it's fair to say that this item will continue to council and that there's not an option for the commission to table it, to use those terms. What your recommendation could include is that the EPC feels like this item, in whatever form you want to describe it, is not ready to move forward and should be further studied or delayed until some other action is completed or done in parallel. So I think I would recommend that you formulate it in a recommendation rather than some action tonight to suggest tabling the item. As to the earlier question about how to handle the business in front of the commission this evening, after consulting with Ms. Chen, the Senior Assistant City Attorney, it's our recommendation, and we think most consistent with the Fair Political Practices Commission guidelines on segmentation of items, such as this tonight, where there are conflicts of interest, to complete the business on each of these pieces in their totality before moving on to the next, rather than cycling through with discussion and then cycling through again. Admittedly, the segmentation guidelines we have from the FPPC are not drafted for this multiple conflict, multiple segmentation scenario, but we think in reading the various provisions that it would be most consistent to take the final action as it is tonight, which is the recommendation on each of these pieces individually before moving on to the next.
Vice Chair Nunez.
Sorry, guys. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying the absolute best way, legally speaking, from your guidance is that we vote as presented to us currently on the screen with plotch by plotch moving forward. And then if that is the case, when and how is the commission able to provide general commentary, or in what way will general commentary with regard to R2 be captured and transmitted to council without being afoul of the FPPC regulations?
Right. It's my understanding that there's a discussion of the non-conflict of interest areas that will follow the three recusals, as I understand, need to be made tonight.
I don't have any questions, so let's move on to discussion. Who would like to start? Commissioner Cranston?
No, I don't recommend any changes or modifications for this particular site.
Vice Chair Nunez.
Opposite, but similarly kind of, I think I have a similar feeling to Commissioner Cranston, although I will say yes. I'll take the changes as proposed.
Commissioner Nunez, can you clarify, are you suggesting that you support the approach as identified on the slide?
Got it. So yeah, because we're going plotch by plotch, right? So this is the Phyllis area, and then we're gonna cycle out. So I'm saying specific to these plotches here, I do support the recommendation. Non-general with regard to R2, but to this, yes.
Thank you.
For clarity, that was actually my answer to the same thing. But they said was, are you asking for changes? And I'm saying, no, I don't ask for changes, which is the opposite of, yes, I support what they're doing. So
Right.
I think
So
we're in
I understand both commissioners support the proposed criteria and density for upzoning these R2 properties.
Okay, Commissioner Nunez, can you restate, please?
So I'm gonna let Commissioner Cranston speak for himself. My understanding is he does not support, right? My feeling is I feel like a little bit kind of, notwithstanding the like frustration or the like lack of kind of clarity with the process obviating that, I am in support of the proposed modifications for this specific change segment that is being displayed. I'm going to let Commissioner Cranston speak for his own perspective.
Commissioner Cranston?
I guess I misread it. I thought it was saying, do we want changes? And I'm saying, no, I don't want any changes. So I do support the recommendation. So I misspoke. My bad.
Commissioner Dempsey.
My mild confusion notwithstanding, I'm fine with what's in staff report. I do want to note I have a question. You don't have to answer it, but I would be curious if in the next round of the staff report, if you could kind of address, to the extent that this is a housing element item, I would be curious to know, is there a minimum amount that we have to do lest we run afoul of our promises in the housing element and then run afoul of HCD, which we cannot and should not do. And so I think there's to the extent that I'm almost asking sort of a legal compliance question, and I don't need an answer. I just think that we should address that when we get to it next so we know what sort of the floor is that we cannot go below.
Thank you, Commissioner Dempsey. I appreciate that. That's what I was thinking. Commissioner Yen.
Thank you. I actually have to recuse myself for a different part of this. But my thoughts were that we should be consistent. So personally, I feel like even though I'm recusing myself, that we're consistent for what we're looking at in this question. Initially, I was going to say that yes, and I still am. I'm for what we're showing here, what the staff is proposing. When we were talking about the R2, I was thinking we should have it for all of R2 just to be consistent, but because, oh, I'm sorry, the other way around, that whatever we do for R2, that we would do everywhere, and it would have been for me not to do it. However, because it is affirmatively, sorry, I just lost the whole acronym, but you know what I mean, furthering fair housing, doing it in these places, I'm okay separating them out and moving forward as staff proposes, especially given that R2 might be upzoned anyways, so it all falls in line.
Okay, great. So I'm hearing a consensus on the yes. For my 2 cents worth, I think one of the things I'd like to clarify here to the public and to the dais and to the team in general is that I always assume intentions that were the intentions from the city staff when they present to us, that it's always in adherence to what we've agreed to already within agreement to HCD's housing element proposal. So whatever suggestions are given to us in the presentations, it's to further that cause. The questions that come up sometimes is that we have this competing interest between R2, R3, modifications to one or the other based on special circumstances that we've agreed to or discussed in the past, either at this body or at City Council's perspective. And so sometimes the deadline dates for those types of conversations don't always meet. And so that's why we have some sort of perspectives like you've heard Commissioner Nunez and Commissioner Cranston express. Having said that, discussions related here to Hans Avenue 249 to 269 Pamela Drive and 1147 to 1221 Phyllis Avenue. I'm comfortable with what's been proposed. I think we have a majority on that. And I think we should move on to bringing in Commissioner Donahue and moving on to the next topic.
Yes, thank you.
Great. Having said that, next we will discuss this question as it pertains to properties on Rincon Street, Valencia Avenue, Creekway 1130 to 1150 Miramonte Avenue, Starway, and 1404 to 1414 Miramonte Avenue. Commissioner Yen, can you please make your recusal statement?
Yes, absolutely. I'm recusing myself from the discussion on this agenda item due to proximity of my personal residence to R2 properties along Rincon Street, Valencia Avenue, Creekway, 1130 to 1150 Miramonte, Starway, and 1404 to 1440 Miramonte.
Welcome back, Paul. Next, we will discuss the question as it pertains, well, actually, no. Let's just start with questions. Do we have any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Cranston.
So we're just looking at the orange ones, right?
And the yellow ones up there at the top of the screen.
Well, the orange would potentially go to R3, but the yellow would not.
Right.
The orange ones are kind of surrounded by R1. That confused me.
They don't immediately abut. Aren't adjacent on any side or rear yards. They're across
So
the street.
doesn't count as being adjacent. Correct.
Although you could consider it adjacent. In our criteria, we did not do that.
Commissioner Nunez, Vice Chair Nunez.
With regard to that top of the orange, so like the very top of it, on north of, what is that, like Hudson or something like that? I can't really read that. Yeah, Rincon Street. And then the parcels immediately up to another city. I guess, like, why would we consider parcels up against another jurisdiction abutting? And then also, what is up above that? Is that like a school? Are there other criteria for what would be abutting that isn't a single family house? And I guess also with regard to other jurisdictions.
Again, the commission is free to make recommendations on this property and, for the criteria. North of the property is the St. Joseph School. On the left side of the property, west of the property is Los Altos, and there are single-family homes there. This is an interesting site because it is, all kind of one HOA development. And so, again, there are limitations on how individual actors can move forward within this development. So we did see it as kind of all adjacent to a single family.
Any other questions? Seeing none, let's move on to discussion. Who would like to begin? Vice Chair Nunez.
I would be in favor of incorporating that into the R3.
Excuse me, incorporating the Rincon Valencia area?
The yellow squares into the R3, given that it's an HOA.
Commissioner Cranston?
So I support the staff recommendation and don't recommend any modifications.
Thank you, sir. I'll go ahead and also express support for the staff recommendation with no modifications. Commissioner Donahue?
Yeah, I think that if the goal is to rezone things that are likely to get redeveloped, I don't think that the stuff at the top was developed within the last maybe 15 years, something like that. So, and it's a whole bunch of individual owners, so I don't think it's realistic for that to actually get redeveloped. So rezoning would just be futile. So I also support the staff recommendation.
Commissioner Dempsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think for the reasons that my colleague just explained, I would not support upzoning that big HOA complex up top, because I have a hard time imagining why that would actually end up getting developed. And I'll go along with the staff recommendation. Although I do know with some minor misgiving, I worry about creating an R3 island in the middle of a R1 ocean. That's going to stick out a fair amount. But that's what affirmatively furthering fair housing looks like, I think. So, and that's what we've promised to do. So I'm okay with the staff recommendation.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I think we're done with this item as well. Let's see here. So, next we will discuss this question as it pertains to properties on Plaza Court and 814 to 844 Cuesta Drive. Commissioner Dempsey, can you please make your recusal statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am recusing myself from discussion on this agenda item due to the proximity of my personal residence to R2 properties along Plaza Court and 814 and 844 Cuesta Drive.
It's like Groundhog Day, man. I mean, geez. Okay. Commissioners, any questions? For the record, I do not have any questions. I am not seeing any commissioners wishing to have, the opportunity to ask questions. So I think we don't have any questions. Let's move on to discussion. Vice Chair Nunez.
I will support the current staff recommendation for this, while noting that in terms of just the kind of approach, for whatever it's worth, to my colleagues here, that I'm using in determining, hey, that's fine, or maybe should be included in R3 or not, is we're not generally in the habit of changing our zoning in the city of Mountain View. And we're not necessarily, to my understanding, just kind of thinking about the next 5 or 10 or even 20 years. I mean, this could be zoning that's going to be in place for, 40, 50, however many years in place. And while obviously I don't wish for this, to the extent that, tragedies like earthquakes, things of that nature happen, it might be very lucrative for some of the people who would otherwise lose everything to be able to, have something underlying there to be able to pivot to, if that makes sense. So, yeah, I know that staff said, hey, let's look at criteria around, feasibility of development. And also I would propose that, we also think about over what time frame are we talking about here, and how often are we actually updating our zoning. So I support this.
Commissioner Cranston.
I support the staff recommendation.
Commissioner Yen.
As do I.
Commissioner Donahue.
I support the staff recommendation.
As do I. That was good. That was fast. We're getting better at this. This is good. Okay. So at this point in time, Commissioner Dempsey should be able to return, and now we'll discuss question 3 as it pertains to all other R2 zone properties. Questions and discussions of question 3 really, actually, we should just do this now. Okay. So question 3, discussion. So do we have any commissioners who would like to have a question at this now? So again, this will be a discussion revolving around question 3 as it pertains to all other R2 zone properties.
Do you want a little help?
Yes,
So
I was going to say if you have.
All of the R2 are in black outline. Okay. And the orange are the ones that fit our criteria to upzone to the R2, 3? R32, R3A. Sorry. Too many numbers and letters. And the yellow are the ones that would, have the potential upzoning to the SB9 kind of density plus ADUs.
So for future presentations, maybe that could be pointed out to specifically in some sort of call out. That'd be awesome as we move to discuss the issues. I know that involves more time too, because you have to add layers to the presentation. But heck, we did in the school board. We can do it here. So hey. So whenever, Commissioner Cranston, sir, by all means, the floor is yours.
What's behind that orange block on Springer? What's that green thing? The lower corner.
That is Springer School. The green blob adjacent to the orange properties along Springer is Springer Elementary School.
So the ones along that are adjacent to single family would not be changed, but the ones that overlook the school would be changed.
Exactly.
Vice Chair Nunez.
So I'm seeing a lot of yellow in the areas right up on the Mountain View Transit Center, particularly within even like walking distance of the Caltrain. So I guess I'm just wondering, can staff kind of walk us through that status as proposed?
So that the AFFH defined areas in the housing element are focused between El Camino and Central and kind of between the 85 to 37 freeways and like Mariposa. So that area has, feeds to, Landale School, which is higher performing. It also has a higher proportion of higher income households than other parts of the city. And so it does meet those AFFH criteria that aren't met on the north side of Central Expressway. But of course, we are looking for feedback from the EPC. And so if you think that there are other criteria that we should look at, such as access to the downtown transit center, we can forward that recommendation to council.
So then does that mean that was there a ranking of criteria where AFFH was the most like salient in terms of how the map was proposed, and or is it not, I guess, the case, or in what ways was that ranking determined? Because my understanding is that other goals in the housing element do kind of like touch on transit, not even withstanding council's own priorities that we just in last meeting, had quite an extensive discussion on. And so I guess I'm wondering, why and what's the reasoning in terms of elevating one requirement and or goal and kind of like, I don't want to say leaving others behind, but kind of not doing the same with the others, in particular to that area, which is, it's right there within walking distance.
So I guess I'll just say that we are presenting an interpretation of the housing element, and we are looking for feedback on that interpretation.
Okay, that is awesome. Thank you so much. I strongly support transit-oriented development, and in that vein, I believe that the yellow squares in proximity to the Mountain View Transit Center, especially as they abut Central Expressway, ought to be included in the R3A designation. Is that appropriate feedback?
So right now we're at questions, so, okay.
Chair, I think pertinent to Vice Chair Nunez's question, it may just help to spend a moment to read the housing element policy language. I think it's on page 18 in the staff report. So we've spoken a lot about affirmatively furthering fair housing, but there are other considerations that are described in that. Program 1.3H in the housing element reads, conduct a review of R2 zoned properties for all properties upzoned to either allow density greater than typical R1 properties under SB 9, at least 4 units per typical parcel plus ADUs, or integrate the sites into the R3 zone. Sites selected to integrate into the R3 zone, which is really the subject matter of this discussion, should be based on affirmatively furthering fair housing, access to transit, schools and services, and other policy goals. So there are several criteria enumerated in the policy. We're thinking a lot about affirmatively furthering fair housing. It's very important for our community. It's not the only consideration or guideline, if you will, that's in the policy, and proximity to transit, schools, and other services and other policy goals are relevant considerations.
Thank you.
Thank you for chiming in, Christian. Much appreciated. That helps out a lot, especially with this discussion and in this area of just questions. Commissioner Cranston.
So questions on 2 lots, the one in St. Francis Acres that borders the single-family homes, and then there's one, I think it's like kind of across from, it's on the north side of El Camino, across from like Pioneer Park, it looks like. But they're surrounded by single-family. The reason for the inclusion of those 2? They seem like they're more single-family surrounded than many of the others are.
I apologize for how unclear the map is. I think if you were to zoom in on that, you would see that there's an R2 buffer parcel or something like that for those properties.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Yen.
I'm so sorry. This is questions, right?
Yes.
I will withdraw.
Okay. Any other questions on this? Vice Chair Nunez.
For the R2 next to Sylvan Park, that top end on Dana, north of that, that's a mobile home park. Am I correct on that? Current mobile home park?
Yeah, north of that chunk of yellow next to Sylvan Park, those are all mobile home parks.
Okay.
Mobile home properties.
And what's the thinking there in terms of is that considered equivalent to R1 and staff's thinking, or what's the kind of current thinking there?
It just wasn't in the area immediately around downtown.
Got it.
If no other commissioners have questions, I don't have any questions. So let's move on to discussion. Which commissioner would like to opine? Commissioner Cranston.
So I guess I understand the way the criteria was chosen. I didn't specifically drive around that area that Commissioner Nunez was talking about, but I've been through there before, and it seems like one that actually could make sense to be looked at. So the rest, I'm comfortable with the staff report, but the ones along that are just kind of off where the Moffett Precise Plan will be and along Central, it seemed like they might be candidates to consider as well.
So you'd like to include them then as possible modifications to the...
If there's majority support, I would be open to that.
Okay. Commissioner Yen?
I was going to say that I think staff did a pretty good job trying to balance out all the needs and wants. And I don't know, from prior discussions on different agenda items regarding R3, I think you guys all know that when it comes to big chunks of area, I prefer it to be looked at in a little bit more detail with more information before we start upzoning huge chunks to ensure like good urban design. So I would be in favor of what staff is proposing. If we had more information perhaps later and we understood that we're going to do SB9 on all the R2 properties and it would be better for certain ones to upzone a little bit more. I think that given sort of where we are right now today and the information we have, I am comfortable with what staff is proposing.
Thank you, Commissioner Yen. Vice Chair Nunez?
There are two areas where I would submit to the commission and in alignment to the extent I understand. I'll let Commissioner Cranston confirm or retract or modify based on my commentary. I would support the rest of the proposed R2 map as submitted by staff with the modification that the areas that are near the Mountain View Transit Center, and especially as they abut to Central Expressway, be incorporated into the R3A. And then to the extent that any of my friends in the Mobile Home Alliance are watching as well, I happen to know that they are very supportive of housing development and supply and welcome new neighbors. To that extent, given that Sylvan Avenue is a pretty large thoroughfare and that there is already R3 abutting R1 in that area, I would say that there is a very strong opportunity for including those yellow parcels close to Sunnyvale near El Camino in the R3A as well, given that it is near some of those key transit corridors right there. It's near to healthcare facilities, businesses, a park, and a mobile home park, or a couple of them actually, and the R1 there is already abutting R3. So those are the two modifications I would propose.
Commissioner Dempsey?
Thank you. With the chair's forbearance, can I ask a quick question of staff?
Of course.
Thank you. just very roughly, how much of our R2 housing stock is rent controlled?
Probably very little. The rent stabilization threshold is more than 2 units. There may be some multifamily in the R2 zone, but it'd be very, very, very small amount.
Interesting. Okay. The reason why I ask, I think, is as we think about upzoning and as the conversation moves from upzoning, not just what we got here, but potentially other pieces as well. And by the way, I actually think looking at adding the properties that are right around the transit center, that actually is that's actually kind of a good idea, and it's even indicated in the housing element that that's one of the reasons you could do it. And so it's totally on point here. The only moment of pause I had is if we put a lot more of those spaces open for larger redevelopment, what's that going to mean for the folks that live there? And I know that's a conversation that we have a lot with R3, but I just wanted to take a moment to think about how it's going to impact the folks that live in R2 if we start making it have a little R3 land boom there. But otherwise, I support what we have in the staff recommendation, and I would even support adding a few more parcels to it right around transit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Donahue.
I agree with the staff recommendation. I also think that the language in the housing element does talk about transit, and I would be amenable to including, I think, the parcels between Central Expressway and the next street up is Cypress Point or.
Yeah, so the next main street up on the west side of Moffett Boulevard is, well, there are a number of small blocks there, including Jackson Street.
Oh, over there, yeah.
Washington, Jackson and Washington.
Right.
So those are the streets on the west side of Moffett Boulevard, and then on the east side of Moffett Boulevard, it's the next street up is Central Avenue.
Central Avenue, okay. Oh, Cypress Point is the next one up after that, I think. Okay. Yeah, so I guess basically the ones that abut Central, because of the proximity to transit, which is one of the important things. As for the things over on Sylvan, they don't really have that transit-oriented nature. They are not close to schools. They are close to some amenities, but I think overall it doesn't quite meet the threshold in the language in the housing element. So I would just go with the staff recommendation plus those the transit center ones.
Commissioner Dempsey?
I'm good. I'm with Paul.
Commissioner Cranston?
Just clarifying, what I was suggesting is the area between Central Expressway and Central Avenue was what I was thinking there. And this is an off-subject commentary, but you can't really see it, but there's a really tiny pocket of R1 buried between that cluster of stuff on the west side of Moffett. That should be made R2.
Oh, Bill. Oh, man. Okay. Well, I know Eric's taking notes too, so hey. So, any other? Okay, Vice Chair Nunez.
Sorry to interrupt. Commissioner Cranston, can you repeat the last bit of what you said?
About R2, right?
Yeah, I think I heard I could understand through, there's a pocket of R1 that should be, and I could not hear what you said.
But it's on the east side of Moffett, kind of north of the Prometheus property, and it's surrounded by yellow. There's a tiny, really light yellow area in the middle there. It's R1. It's this teeny tiny little pocket, and it seems odd to me that it's not consistent with its neighboring properties to me. So it's beyond what we're doing here. Does that help?
Vice Chair Nunez?
So, quick question. My understanding is that the 22, the VTA bus line, the 22, makes a stop on El Camino and Sylvan, which the 22, you can get that to the airport. So, to the extent, what's the feet gradient or the per feet radius for a quarter mile? Commissioner Yin, was that right? Or
For what?
for a major transit stop?
So officially, El Camino Real is not a major transit stop in Mountain View. Nothing on El Camino Real is. There's a different definition in state law that's like a major transit corridor that El Camino applies to, but that's a lot more limited. It doesn't affect things like parking or density bonus, things like that.
Okay. The reason why I bring that up is because to the extent that we are concerned about parking, and I actually, don't discount that. I know a lot of the public comment that was submitted in the packet, et cetera, and made tonight relates to the increasing demand for parking. As much as a parking permit program makes sense, I think we want to do everything we can. I mean, that's very unsavory, even if it makes sense. I wouldn't want to ever have to go that route if I can avoid it. And whether, we can get caught up in kind of like the technicalities of what El Camino kind of like is defined as. I mean, you could literally walk to if you live there, you get on the 22 on Sylvan and El Camino, you can take it to the airport, you can fly to Mexico, you can fly to Japan, that's 2 stops. So I personally would consider that transit-oriented development. So I just wanted to throw that out there because, to the extent we, the commission, have the ability to also apply our own expertise. I heard Commissioner Yin, and I know it's not, official quarter mile. Hey, I used to do a 400 sprint, and I was last every time. But we don't have to be. There was one time when I was 7th, but we don't have to be the last here with making sense around development. I would appeal to my colleagues here that we do think about including that Sylvan area as part of the R3A. It would make a lot of people happy there, I think.
Okay, so it's my turn. I'm in support of what the staff is proposing. I wouldn't mind, I'd be open to, just like everyone else here, and including the area by the transit center over by Central Expressway. In terms of the specifics of that, we've had several opinions on what that would be like. What I'm trying to figure out here is what can we get consensus on within that area? Is it possible, I can't see behind me, but is the map up for that area for the transit center? It's the same map? Okay, so there's nothing more that we can zoom into. Okay, no problem. Commissioner Dempsey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I worry about getting too far into the weeds of picking individual pieces of property. I think that could be a bit of a quagmire for us, and we're hour and 45 minutes through the first third of 3 items we have to cover tonight. My query to the EPC would it be, and perhaps more importantly to staff, would it be sufficient to say that there is a lot of support, in fact, probably unanimous support from all of us? What? Oh, but majority support for increasing the properties that we think you should look at, and we can even give you, transit-oriented development is clearly a very important one to us. would that be sufficient guidance for you to go back, figure out which are the right ones that apply, throw them back into the hopper and come back and, or, you know, take a larger map and show it to the council? But like, do you actually need us to go through plot by plot by plot and vote on them? Because that seems like that would be a poor use of time.
I think I have heard a pretty clear indication of the properties that the commission is interested in adding. I think we can do a little more staff analysis to confirm the walkability, for example, of some of the outer areas. While they're proximate, you know, as the crow flies, they may not be particularly accessible as you come down to Moffett and then across to get to the transit center. But I think we will do what we can liberally to construe those areas as accessible to the transit center. And unless we have a strong reason to exclude them, would include them in the EPC's recommendation.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Dempsey. I appreciate that. And Christian. So at this point in time, it looks like we have consensus on this question as well for the remaining properties regarding this question 3. And we have a majority perspective of what you can share then with City Council folks and for further study. Now, at this point in time, Vice Chair Nunez.
Would it be possible to take a straw poll on the areas close to Sylvan? I just want to make sure I get some clarity on that.
So if you'd like to phrase your motion so that we can vote on the straw.
Exactly as Commissioner Dempsey noted for the areas, totally fine there. And then appending, incorporating the yellow plotches, or I would say directing staff to go look at the yellow plotches for around the Sylvan Park area, proximity to freeway and a major bus stop and park, not generally abutting R1 into the R3A area.
All those in favor? All those against? I think we have a majority there. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Nunez, or Vice Chair Nunez. I'm sorry. Okay, so I think Eric, team, I think we're good with the perspectives that you heard so far with the summaries and majority perspective of the EPC on that question.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's generally the staff recommendation with the addition of some properties just north of Central Expressway around Moffett Boulevard.
Yes, great.
Some staff analysis.
Yes, and so now we'll move on to the first question of the 3, which is, do the identified areas reflect council's goals and criteria? Should any areas be reconsidered based on the criteria? Any questions from the commissioners on that front? Commissioner Yen?
I think Commissioner Cranston requested just a moment to get reset and shifting of agenda items. I'm willing to wait. Okay. R3 started, one of the goals is form-based code, and I guess I haven't heard a lot about the form and what those are necessarily and how it might look other than sort of the generalities, which is fine. I understand we're sort of still in the midst of it, but since it is such a large priority goal, I was curious when we would see more information on that. I ask also because, it's okay. B we'll save for later, but just generally, when will we see more information on the forms?
I don't have a specific timeline, but we will come back for at least one additional round of study sessions before adoption, and we'll be checking in on kind of design strategy and other strategies that are part of the scope for this project.
And would that include also the green spaces and setbacks and open spaces?
Oh, yeah.
Sites as a
Yeah.
whole, right? Not
Yeah,
just the
absolutely.
form of the structure.
Yep.
That's
For
okay.
sure.
Thank you.
Commissioner Dempsey.
Thank you. So for staff, I have a bit of a historical question. So I recall that early on in the R3 process, there was a lot of concern. There was a practical concern that naturally affordable apartment blocks were getting raised and redeveloped, and they're sticking row houses in, and the row houses were not naturally affordable. They weren't starter homes. And that was a part of the impetus for why we began an R3 reexamination. It was to stop that. With SB 330 and some of the other state laws that have been passed since that time, how much is that particular concern? Is that still a real concern, or is that sort of been solved?
It's important to note that SB 330 has a sunset date, at least those aspects of SB 330, the requirement that projects that they can't reduce the number of units that they're replacing, those types of requirements are sunset in 2030. So this is an opportunity for the city to get out ahead of that and to provide opportunities when a property owner wants to redevelop, provide other viable opportunities that might increase housing supply.
So, and we separately have an SB 330 replacement in the works, do we not?
We do have that in the works, yes.
Okay. So assuming that between now and 2030, and assuming that we get that replacement put into the books, which is a separate conversation than the one we're having today, is that sort of naturally affordable knockdown and replace with a row house problem, is that still a real problem? Like, is that still a very feasible outcome? Like, say, next year? Is it still happening?
We are not seeing projects that are demolishing naturally affordable housing to build row houses, because the replacement requirements would require all of those row houses to be affordable at the at affordable rents.
Got it.
Or affordable sales prices, and that is just not it's just not feasible for a row house project.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Cranston.
One of the things that came up, and part of the reason this is even in the housing element, was this staff's assessment that there were areas where the general plan density was actually higher than the R3 density would permit. I did finally figure out why Del Medio South is there. I still kind of perplexed how that became R4, but are all of the other areas that were identified as zoning not being sufficient to permit that included in the items that you've proposed, or the areas that are missing?
No, the fundamental issue with that, the difference between the way the zoning ordinance in R3 sets density limits and the way the general plan sets density limits is citywide. And it's based on a different method of setting density limits. In the R3 zone, we have what's called a graduated density zoning. So on small parcels, you get significantly less density than on large parcels. Not just fewer units, but lower density. So for example, if you are a narrow parcel or a parcel less than 12,000 square feet, you're limited to 2 units. And that is, 8 to 10 units per acre. It's a very low density, even if you're in a general plan designation that allows 25 units per acre or 35 units per acre. So that's the difference between zoning and general plan, the primary difference. And so that is citywide and not necessarily addressed by these change areas. It is something that it is in the housing element for us to create better alignment between the general plan and the zoning through this process. So there will be, for small parcels, there will be additional density opportunities coming out of this process, because we're going to be changing how density is regulated in the R3 zone in general to better align with the general plan. But it's not going to be a density increase in the general plan going up to, the 4-story or 6-story heights, which is not broadly applicable today.
So the gaps will ultimately be addressed, but they don't all have to be addressed by this specific thing that we're studying, correct?
That's right, exactly, yeah.
And then I guess it's kind of a question for the chair. I'm assuming we're going to talk about the feasibility separately, so I shouldn't be asking my feasibility questions now?
No, I would think that, I don't know that I would look at it that way, but if you have questions about
They're under
feasibility.
question 2. I mean, they would be more applicable for question 2.
Okay, so then let's do it that way. I wasn't looking at it that way, but okay, well, I'll go with it.
Okay. And then the last question, in the current zoning, there are these R3 things that require certain steps. Okay, I know there's one in my neighborhood that is an R3 apartment complex that directly abuts a single-family home, and it says in the zoning, you can't do that. You can't go directly above it. Does density bonus effectively wipe that out? So if we want transitions, do we have to have some kind of intermediary zoning in between what we want and the R3 in order to actually ensure, some kind of step up?
I think that's how we're kind of looking at this, is still creating some of those transition areas in between the higher density and the lower density, because with state density bonus law, you can ask for waivers, and sometimes they're unlimited, and they can, affect certain things like setbacks or step backs on buildings. And so you potentially lose some of your ability to be able to transition within, like on a property. And so I think our intent was to have some transition with the not as high density R3s, like that abut the R2s or the R1s. And then you're gradually building up, and it kind of does a natural transition versus being able to use all of those development standards.
So if we go with these, you would also be you'd still look at that as with those transition, even when we get into the prototype things, there might be a D1.5 or something.
You mean like a step back?
Yeah,
So
some of these, most of them don't directly abut single-family homes, but some of them do. And as I'm looking at these, is there something that are they automatically, and we haven't decided on density at this point, but could you end up with something that's an R1 next to a 12-story building? Unless we do something or are you going to look at that kind of thing?
So you'll see on the map on the screen, there are some pink areas. It's a little hard to see all of them, but there's one at San Verone Park Apartments. There's the Dale Avenue frontage of the Continental Dale area, and a little part of the Solano Apartments, and a little part of the California Ortega Apartments. And those are all kind of near R1 or adjacent to R1 or other, lower density properties. And so those transition areas, we haven't fully fleshed out the policy for those areas, but we do imagine or foresee that those areas would be subject to different density standards, and that would be the transition, rather than kind of having development standards that could be waived under density bonus, like step back or height standards that could be waived under density bonus.
And then last question, it wasn't entirely clear to me whether you're kind of presenting it as, when we get into the options, are we supposed to pick one and only, or could we pick both and just say these areas have this? Because that could affect my recommendation on the site.
You can definitely pick option 1 in one area, option 2 in another area, option 3 in another area. You can definitely make that recommendation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nunez.
What percent of the total units, or best estimate, what percent of the total units in R3 zoning today are incorporated in the proposed change areas?
I think about a third, roughly.
Okay. It seems like few. Can staff kind of walk us through like what the kind of profile is of the units that were chosen for being included into the proposed change areas?
Yeah, the vast majority of the sites that are in the change areas are apartments, and they are older apartment buildings. There are a few sites between, kind of substantially surrounded by those apartment buildings that are either more recent development or ownership properties or single-family homes or other small properties, row house or condo properties. But they would need to be kind of substantially surrounded by the apartments in order to be included in these proposed change areas. But as a reminder, we are here to look for your feedback about other properties that we might include in these change areas or expand to other change areas. So if there are properties that you think we've missed, we're here to listen.
Sure. I guess like without wanting to kind of get into the thicket of the per property kind of discussion that we just kind of like emerged from, I guess like what I'm trying to understand is either why kind of like apartments were what appeared to be kind of like a guiding criteria versus even like ownership, and or to what extent like why R3 isn't being like it would feel to me like the map should be, or the criteria would have been as much R3 as possible with very extenuating criteria for exclusion, like, I don't know, like an HOA or extreme abutment, like total abutment to R1. So I guess I'm just like, I'm going to frame it. I know you're here for our feedback and I appreciate that. I'm just trying to understand like why ownership apartments appear to have been excluded as a starting point for that feedback.
Sure.
Or ownership properties, sorry.
Yeah, so like condominiums and row houses and other properties. I'll start with the council direction, the council goals, which were, large properties was a key part of that. And that would tend to exclude single family properties and other smaller properties. But then fundamentally, I think this is a set of policies and standards that, and this is something that's best practices in zoning projects in general, is that you want this to not be a paper project, and the realistic, viable redevelopment opportunities of those kind of multiple ownership properties is very slim, especially the larger sites with lots and lots and lots of owners and interests. Though that gets even more unlikely the more people are involved in that decision. So that was really our interest in creating an actionable plan, as well as the council working from the council goals.
Got it. And then last question here. What was the specific time frame that staff used with regard to that viability determination? Is it like viable over the next 2 years, 3 years, 20, 40? Like what's the time frame?
We don't have a specific time frame that we're looking at. I will say that, historically, it's not, there isn't a time frame for, common ownership developments to become more likely to redevelop, right? Even over long periods of time, they tend to be, maintained and kept under those multiple ownership situations for a very long time. So it's not a time scale question. It really is just a likelihood of development question.
Thanks.
Commissioner Donahue.
I didn't quite understand the answer to Commissioner Cranston's question about the buffer zones. So, for instance, the Solano Apartments, I assume, is a single parcel, or let's just imagine it is. There's a transition area on the south side of that, but I thought I heard that the density bonus, you can't have kind of a step back requirement that can basically get waived. Only if there's a separate parcel could you have a lower density or a lower height or something like that on that parcel.
We still have to look into this, and this is something that we can't provide any final answers on at this time. This is a set of policies that we're going to continue to study and bring back options that are vetted by experts in the state law and precedent and development projects that have gone through using state density bonus. What I will say is that under state density bonus, you cannot waive density, right? That is the standard upon which the bonus itself is applied, and there's very strict rules about how much density you get given the number of affordable units that you are including and other factors. So I'll leave it there, but again, this is something that we still need to study more, and the map shows areas where we are going to be doing that analysis.
And I think I'll just add to that what Eric was talking about in those transition zones is not necessarily those types of development standards that we would require that potentially could get waived, like the step backs, but maybe more of like, and again, we have to, this is still to be continued, but maybe something like an overlay that doesn't allow as high of density that, bridges that, that creates some sort of transition, or a lower density area along, right along that property so that it pushes the density back away from the lower density. So potentially not development standards that can be waived, but an alternate to that.
Okay, and I'm not the expert on this, but you can have an overlay on a portion of a parcel?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the right wording, so I don't want to pretend that we've got it all figured out, but, on like portions of parcels or portions of areas. So we're still exploring that, I think. And if the direction is, well, we don't want you to include those parcels because they're adjacent to single family, and we don't think you'll be able to do that because of state density bonus, we're all ears to that. But what we're trying to do is keep those large parcels in, and think of a solution that still provides that transition.
Okay, so still TBD to some extent.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Dempsey.
Thank you. Just two quick follow-ups. Is there a particular precise plan that contains a large chunk of these draft change areas?
The precise plans are zoning, so the precise plans in R3 don't really overlap. I'll take that back. Sorry. There are some precise plans that reference R3, and those are included in this map just because there's the effect of changing R3 will change those precise plans. One of the precise plans that includes some R3 is like the El Camino precise plan, includes these properties along here. And there are a few other precise plans that reference R3.
Okay, but there's no one particular precise plan that just happens to contain a whole bunch of these particular plots that you've identified?
No. It would precise plans are smaller than that. Right. They're not this kind of citywide.
Right. No. I'm with you. And just finally, on average, like how long does it take staff to figure out if a project is feasible? We use that a lot. We ask that question a lot. Is that the kind of thing you can eyeball it and do it in half an hour? Does it take hours and hours and hours? Like, how easy is it actually for staff to determine if a particular parcel or a plan for a particular parcel is actually feasible for development?
So we spent several months on the feasibility analysis, and it does require quite a bit of back and forth with our consultants. You know, the consultants have models, and we have our consultant from Lisa Wise Consulting, David Bergman from Lisa Wise Consulting, who can maybe provide more insight in the process of determining feasibility. But from staff's side, you know, we work the consultant to kind of set parameters around what they're analyzing, and then they have models that take into account, you know, their conversations with developers about costs and incomes and hurdle rates of how much profit they need to make and things like that. Then there's an iterative process with staff where we review the findings and maybe provide some comments, and that can go on for weeks or months. So this took several months to prepare. Okay. I'll throw it to David Bergman with Lisa Wise Consulting on the Zoom if he is available.
Yes, hello.
Who might be able to provide more insight on the process.
Yes, hello. This is Dave Bergman from Lisa Wise Consulting, joining you via Zoom. So the work that was done at this level was done on typical sites. So we had some larger scale parcels and medium scale parcels. And we used comparable developments to determine the land values, development costs, and worked out a development pro forma, assuming market rate housing plus replacement of existing units at current densities to add below market rate units. So this is a very, say, abstract way of determining feasibility. There's a couple of assumptions here. One, conventional bank financing. So if your cost of money is lower, for a variety of reasons, you're doing this in all cash, you're not financing it, you'll have a slightly different feasibility as a matter of practice. Another factor that you could encounter is a long-term landowner who has a very low cost basis on the land rather than a market rate on the land. So in this work, what's informing the analysis is an abstraction, because it has to be abstract at this level. To determine it on a parcel by parcel basis, it's something that could be done, but would be a significant amount of work.
Okay, that's helpful. And actually, I meant to bring this up in the next question, so I apologize for bringing it up now. Maybe I was a little premature. Suffice it to say, it sounds like feasibility analysis is neither easy nor inexpensive.
Well, you know, there's a lot of moving parts, like I mentioned. So we can say, well, what does it look like on a 100 by 30 foot lot in the abstract? But on a specific parcel, with its specific size, with its specific requirements, and there's simple things that can make a huge difference in the cost of development, like decisions about parking. Whether a project is in a high quality transportation area. And I don't know if that would be an effect, but that's something that we encounter very often now that influences parking. Decisions that you want to make about whether that parking can be accommodated on site in surface parking, or whether it's a podium, or whether it's subterranean. Every one of those conditions would need to be addressed on a specific parcel. So the work that we did for this analysis was really at an abstract level, assuming common assumptions, parking rates, 1.5 per dwelling unit on the for sale units, 1 per dwelling unit on the rentals, and that it was parked partially podium and partially subterranean. But if you were able to surface park a particular lot, that would change the pro forma entirely. I hope I'm not being too evasive, but at this level of planning, you have to keep it abstract.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Commissioner Cranston.
So there's at least one parcel in these that's already being developed, and I can't really tell, Eric, if if there may be two builder's remedy projects that are in this. The parcel at the corner of Latham and Ringsdorf is already underway, and I can't tell whether the one on Fayette or Gamma Way touches. If they touch this, how would the one that's already been processed and the builder's remedy projects be affected by their inclusion in this?
Builder's remedy projects are on their own path. To the extent that they are continue to be vested under the builder's remedy law, they would not be affected by this rezoning at all.
Okay. What about Latham Ringsdorf?
That development has already started construction, and so they are also vested under any previous standards, and so they would not be affected by these either.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Nope. Okay, let's go on to discussion. Who would like to opine first? Actually, no. Let's go on to the second. Well, let me see. Yeah, I think right. Yeah. Don't do that, Bill. So I have a question here in terms of just procedure. So since we addressed the first question to one, and there's two parts, I'm thinking that we should just go ahead and do the discussion on that first, unless you believe that we should do the second question and then do discussion for both at the same time. Should we separate them, or should we just combine them? I don't remember the approach that you had suggested beforehand, that's why.
So the approach that we suggested in the staff report is to do question one, which is really two questions here, but question one, which is about selecting the areas, and have that discussion, and then come back and have a discussion around the densities that you want us to study in those areas. However, if the commission thinks that there's a more streamlined or effective way to have that conversation, that's the commission's prerogative.
Okay, no, I get it. So the question is more specific. Right now, we did do the identified areas reflect council's goals and criteria. The second part is, should any areas be reconsidered based on the criteria? What I'm going to do then is have discussion based on the first question to that, and then we're going to ask questions about should any areas be reconsidered based on the criteria, and then discussion on that. So since we already asked the questions of do the identified areas reflect council's goals and criteria, I'd like to go into discussion of that same question. Does that make sense?
I have a question for clarification.
Sure.
Earlier when Commissioner Cranston asked a question about question two,
Which was
what was the question? Like,
was it
question two or the?
Well, yeah, exactly. So I'm not sure. That's why I was wondering what he was referring to
Got
that
it,
way, right?
yeah.
Because I know when I look at question one, there's two questions.
Right.
Right. So naturally, the first question, and then questions for that, and then discussion for that.
So I guess Commissioner Cranston was your
Yeah. So feasibility on this front, Commissioner Cranston, were you referencing question two, which is for the change area selected, what density options should the city study as the R3 zoning district update is carried out? Or were you referencing the second part to question one, which is question two, should any areas be reconsidered based on the criteria?
What I was asking about is the items in question two. The feasibility of the feasibility analysis and everything in the way the staff report's presented is after question one. And so looking at what's feasible, is it calculated the right way? Do we agree with that? What should be where? To me is a separate question, and that's why I want to make sure we're not discussing that now. What we're talking about is essentially you got your bubble table. Can you put that back up? I wish I had this chart earlier, by the way. That thing, that's what I think we're talking about. Is those are the criteria that were identified to us and to council, and the staff used in evaluating these properties. And like I said, I wish we had this earlier, but this is great because it's actually, that's what I think we're talking about. Not then what is the actual density within one of these areas.
Okay.
That's the next question.
So then the feasibility question would go to the second part of the first question. Should any areas be reconsidered based on the criteria?
To me, they're part of this same.
Okay.
This
fine. So then let's just go ahead and open up discussion, having factored in this question of, do the identified areas that reflect council's goals and criteria, should any areas be reconsidered based on the criteria? I don't have any questions in general for either one. The only thing I wanted to reiterate was when you mentioned before that when projects have already been established because of the remedy that they sought out, none of what we do here affects those projects in general. I understood that was always the case because there are exceptions to the norm.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they stay vested, right? There may be some circumstances under that they may lose their vesting, that they may lose the rights that they have to their current application. And so as long as they stay with that, as long as they stay vested, then these would not apply to them.
Okay, so the bill of remedies have been taken care of that way. The one random question I had, and I'm going to ask it because why not? There was a project that was accepted, I think, and brought to the EPC close to Castro Mistral. I think is it Gimel, that street that's there, or the one? And then I think that stopped. So how is that affected by all this?
So that is now a builder's remedy project. So it's
Okay.
same as the other.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Commissioners, who would like to start the discussion? Commissioner Cranston.
So to me, as staff said, none of these properties meet all the criteria that were kind of outlined by council, and there was no kind of weighting of one being higher than other. The one thing when we saw this the last time, it was we actually were not necessarily endorsing density, but council said, no, we want more density. And these criteria were used to say, okay, where are we going to focus on extra density? We're going to get more density already, as Eric said, on just fixing R3 in different areas. But these were for extra focus. I actually thought staff did a reasonable job of trying to balance the pieces as to what would you include and not include. We saw some emails about don't include this one property. I'm in favor of picking a criteria that we're comfortable with and applying it consistently. Otherwise, you get into very personal discussions. So I think in general, the approach that was taken kind of made sense to me. Other things were, okay, we kind of pushed that one a little bit more, that one a little less, but all in all, it's like, yeah, it's probably okay. And so I don't know that I would add any more. I thought it was a fairly thoughtful and reasonable approach overall. So I am comfortable with the areas identified and that they reflect as much as possible the council goals and balancing the various criteria that were approved by council to have you go off and do this evaluation.
Commissioner Dempsey.
I'll just simply say this was not an easy puzzle to try to solve. I actually did find the way the moon graphs to be pretty helpful, and I really do appreciate how methodical you were and careful in trying to figure out how to do this. So that's a long way of saying I think I'm fine with the way staff did it.
Commissioner Donahue.
So, I mean, to answer the question, do they reflect council's goals and criteria? I think the answer is no, as the staff report said, because there are no parcels that did that. So, but I think that it reflects a lot of the spirit of what the council was seeking. I think it, there's some compromises and things, but I think that that these criteria are good. I think that the outcome. I drove all over town and checked out all these different places, and yeah, I can get behind that. So I am in favor of the recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Donahue. Commissioner Yen.
I'll keep it short. I'm in favor of how staff has approached it. It seems balanced and fair. Nothing's perfect. Probably should have asked this question earlier, and maybe it's okay to go ahead and ask a quick one. I noticed in the bubble chart and that a couple of them only hit a few things. And I was wondering what kept it in play. For instance, Middlefield and Independence. So I'm seeing most of them hit at least half of the bubbles filled. And I'm like, okay, that's good. But I was just curious why then, with only 2.5 bubbles filled out of the 7, it was still in. I'm not asking to remove it. I'm just curious.
Yeah, per the methodology, we didn't make any judgment about the relative ranking of criteria. Maybe for some stakeholders or for some council members, those criteria that Middlefield Independence meets, like the fact that they're, the existing parcels may be slightly lower density, so there may be a more realistic density increase in the future. It met that criterion. And being along a major corridor, so we didn't want to presume that those were important. It just wasn't part of our methodology to go through that kind of subsequent culling.
Thank you. I'm in favor of what staff has presented. Yep.
Vice Chair Nunez.
I guess reading the wall, or that's not how that goes. Reading the wall and the writing. I just want to say I don't necessarily. I mean, should any areas be reconsidered? I mean, I think all of them should. I think all of them should be included. I don't think that's the recommendation that's going to come out of this tonight. So while everyone's awake, I'm just going to say, like there was a headline in the Houston Chronicle 2 days ago saying like Texas to become most populous state by 2045. We're like bleeding population. For the first time ever in our history, we lost a congressional seat. And so I'm just going to point that out because I would hate for, our sensitivities around housing to enable reactionism. And so do I support? I think all the areas should be reconsidered and included in the change area.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have a different perspective. I'm in support of what the staff's proposing. And look, I understand there's limitations to what we have in general, but I'm going back to the spirit of the housing element plan that we worked on in the last year and a half, and what the goals are. So when you present to us the perspective that you have on how we should move forward and what that looks like, I'm open to that. I know that there's other bigger questions at play, but I'm on the EPC, man. I'm not in Congress. I'm not the governor. I'm just a guy trying to make it in Mountain View, and I appreciate your help and time. So when I looked at the proposal, I thought this makes sense to me because it seemed to me at least it was balanced and it was fair, and you took a little bit from here and there, and you tried to make the best that you could with what you were going to present. And this chart behind me that Commissioner Cranston pointed out too was very helpful because it gave me some perspective on things, and so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, perhaps we can give the advanced planning manager an opportunity to talk about the broader work across the full range of R3 that is forthcoming and how that may enable those areas to build more feasibly at the densities that are intended, that has a more broad base of effect, may help address some of Vice Chair Nunez's concerns.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Director Murdoch. So there are a number of different aspects of the R3 zoning project that will provide additional opportunities. One I brought up earlier, based on a question, I think from Commissioner Cranston, around better aligning densities and general plan and zoning densities. That could create additional capacity. There are probably a lot of parcels out there that are underutilized because they are subject to these kind of fairly arbitrary smaller sites, smaller density rules. And so that could be an opportunity for feasible redevelopment. Another opportunity is alignment with state laws. So SB 684 and 1123 create new opportunities for new development, even at densities slightly above the 25 units per acre that covers most of the R3 zone today. And then lastly, per the housing element, we are undertaking a study of our development standards, and we'll look at for opportunities where we can address development standards that are standing in the way of feasible development at the densities that they're allowed to build. So all of those prongs are going to create additional housing opportunities outside of the change areas.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Eric. I'm glad you brought that up, because then that gives me the chance to say, I also thought I had remembered the staff saying that this year you all were going to have the ability to also converse with developers to see what would make them tick to build here in Mountain View, what that would look like, and you would present to us your results on that. Any estimate in terms of when that's planned and when we would get that information?
Well, there are a lot of different initiatives that we talk to developers around. For example, our precise plan work. We talk to developers, and these types of rezoning projects, we do talk to developers to kind of vet and kind of foolproof the standards and kind of what is going to kind of move the needle for them. They're one group of stakeholders that we talk to. We talk to a lot of different stakeholders. And so we also have a number of initiatives that are outside of zoning projects where we talk to developers, for example, around process. And so those are all opportunities for us to hear from those stakeholders around kind of how we can better meet the development needs of the community.
Cool. So it sounds like it's a work in progress. Okay, so I think with question one, we've satisfied the questions, and you've heard the responses from the dais here in terms of what we think about the proposal. Commissioner Dempsey? I missed you. I am so sorry, Commissioner Yan. I apologize. By all means, the floor is yours.
It's my second time. That's why I just wanted everyone to go through first. I wanted to add, there was an earlier comment about the pink areas on the map, and instead of using development standards, you would potentially look at density, sort of, I don't want to use the wrong word either, overlay or subzone or something like that. And we didn't discuss that, and I just wanted to put forward that I would be in favor of looking at that for transition purposes. Personally, I got to redesign and not think of any residents in Mountain View. We'd have a very different Mountain View with very different zoning, different street grid, all of it, but considering there are people who live here, transitions is something that I do care about. Obviously, we're not going to be perfect everywhere. I do believe in consistency, but if if the majority of people are willing to look at allowing for that, where we're hitting significant, like R1, let's say, I would be for it, especially since we have the state density bonus, where you could easily jump in number of stories, and to be a little single family or 2-story single family, and to have 8-story building next to you, I think is a significant sort of impact. So I'm just putting it out there for discussion.
Any takers? Would someone like to chime in on that, or would we? Oh, Commissioner Cranston.
I guess I saw that kind of in the context of question number 2, as we go through that, because what are we gonna allow and how are we gonna allow it? So, to me, that are we moving into question number 2? I have some thoughts on that, but it feels to me it's more in the context of the broader.
Okay, having heard what you said, Commissioner Cranston, Commissioner Yen?
I'm happy to wait till question 2.
Great, let's do that. Okay, so let's, Eric and team, we're good with question 1, so now we can move over to question 2. Okay, let's see here. For the change areas selected, what density option should the city study as the R3 zoning district update is carried out? Commissioner Cranston.
Questions first? Okay.
Yes, so always, please.
We have heard on multiple occasions, and this is maybe a question for the consultant. We've heard on multiple occasions that below-ground parking is really expensive. And I was, to some extent, actually, well, not to some, I was surprised that the model in Exhibit 5 assumed below-grade parking for everything, 2 stories of underground parking, which is inconsistent with what we've heard in the feasibility of projects, number one. So that seemed like we may be which would essentially drive the cost of the projects up by requiring that kind of thing. The second element of that was, it seemed like the unit sizes were on the larger side to me. A little history: my first condo was an 850 square foot, 2-bedroom, 1-bath condo in Boston. Okay, and I was very comfortable in it because there were no wasteful things like hallways or stairs. Okay, which take up space, and I was very happy. I live now in Montaloma, where I have a 1,200 square foot house that originally was 4 bedrooms and 2 baths. I made it into 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, but it's only 1,200 square feet. And in your numbers, you're using pretty high numbers here. And so I was concerned that the analysis was overestimating the cost that the developers would incur on the underground parking and on the space. And the flip side is, I think we penalize when they move the parking above ground by requiring that that is considered to be part of FAR, which means that they can't go as high and therefore may reduce the feasibility. So I was like, why was the assumption based on underground parking? As we densify, my sense is units are gonna get smaller. And why do we continue to require FAR of anything above grade to be considered, to be applied to parking? Were my 3 feasibility questions.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Cranston. So let me start with the parking. I think that approach was based on a kind of a conservative assumption to get to the feasibility. So we have not set any standards at this point. We've not set any assumption or any requirements around. It's very difficult to require underground parking. In general, that's one of those things that can be waived under density bonus. FAR can be waived under density bonus, so they can build above ground parking, usually under density bonus anyway. But our approach here was to make some conservative assumptions around the cost of development, given that there are some advantages to the city of building underground parking. You get more land available for open space, potentially. You get more land, less aesthetic and visual impacts of the parking. You get potentially more pedestrian interest at the ground floor and pedestrian access. You can sometimes get more opportunities for landscaping and open space at the ground level. So those are all goals that the community had, and we wanted to try to integrate as many of those goals as we could into what we studied, knowing, of course, that this can potentially be waived by development. So that was the parking. On the unit sizes, we're seeing a broad range of unit sizes in the community, and these unit sizes for the condos were actually consistent with several condo projects that we looked at. We do want to make sure that we are building units for a broad range of household sizes. And so this range of unit sizes from a fairly small average for apartments and a fairly large average for condos does encompass that broad range of unit sizes that the council and community have expressed interest for. And again, we're working at a very general level here. We can't possibly predict what future markets are going to want in terms of unit characteristics or what is going to be feasible in future markets. So we're just taking some broad assumptions from developments that we're seeing in the community and kind of what we think are the community's goals and what we've heard from the community and council are goals for the projects. So you said underground parking, unit size, and there was one other question that you had?
Oh, FAR for the parking.
So again, we haven't set any standards yet. What I will say is that what you're seeing as feasible in these developments, in these prototypes, are very close to what can be physically built in the building type that is most commonly selected by developers today. So building types, right now a very popular building type for these kind of mid-rise, kind of higher density developments that we're seeing in Mountain View are kind of a wood over concrete construction, and that really maxes out at 7 stories. Very, very rare occasions can you see 8-story projects, but generally that maxes out at 7 stories, and you'll see that that's kind of where our feasibility is. And so once you start to put the parking above grade, the developers has to start making decisions around, are they getting income from that buildable space because they can't really build much more, or are they giving it away, are they making it for parking, which they're not getting income from. And those kinds of decisions we can't really predict in these feasibility analyses. We can't get into that micro level of how a developer decides to build their buildable area. So what we found is feasible based on some conservative assumptions of what the community, what we think the community's been looking for, and that was our approach. We have no, I think I said this before, but I'll reiterate it now. We have not adopted standards at this point. We have not crafted FAR standards. We have not crafted how parking applies to FAR or any of those other kind of detailed standards. And so right now, the purpose of this analysis is to provide a broad frame of reference for the densities that should pencil out. And again, it's a broad range. 75 to 135 units per acre is a very broad range. And so it's a data point that we think that you'll want to use, but it shouldn't be considered an act of precision or a very precise data point.
I'm going to try to say this back in what I think. So you're saying that the cost you attempted to use are, you want to be on the high side to make sure you're not underestimating the cost? Is that a short version?
Yes, although it's a lot more complicated than that because there's so many decisions that might raise costs or lower costs, and we can't possibly predict all of those decisions. So really, we wanted to focus on some things in the feasibility analysis that we thought the community was going to support. Public open space, public paths, underground parking, flexibility for landscaping. You know, these things that are part of the council goals, you know, in the design, and that's what we wanted to study.
Okay, so one of the reasons that I long ago supported the idea of looking at R3 was because the only financially viable option for the redevelopment of existing R3, particularly after the passage of CSFRA, was townhomes. If I continue to be very concerned about the elimination of naturally affordable housing. And so if we head down this path, it needs to be something that the options available to the developer allow them to overcome the SB 330, and hopefully, if council approves whatever's going to be after SB 330, a financially viable model that preserves those units for the people that are living in those below market rate units. And so I'm looking for reassurance that the models that are being proposed, in fact, can accomplish that. Because if we don't have something, I mean, it's in the language in the housing element is financially feasible, okay, or financially viable. To me, that says if they tear it down, they need to be able to replace all those units that are rent controlled today. I don't like the idea that all these people are going to get kicked out of their houses, but it needs to be something where we end up with at least the same number of units when we're done. Are you, I guess I'm feeling a little bit better, but I'm not feeling super confident that you're saying that we can do that today, because that's to me the ultimate assessment that I'm going to make is if we're not going to preserve those units, then there's a problem, okay? And that, you know, so help me out here.
Yeah, absolutely. Our goal was to show financial feasibility for a typical project that replaces existing CSFRA units with affordable units and then provides market rate units in addition to that. That is what we were trying to show feasibility for. That was our kind of guiding light for this, and we have found that those projects at these densities meet those feasibility hurdles. Now, is it going to be true in all markets? Is it going to be true for all sites, for all properties? No. You know, we can't possibly predict all of that, but we have found that for typical sites, this range of densities does result in feasible projects with the replacement of CSFRA units with 100% with affordable units.
Did you apply this criteria? I don't remember the address to the property that was right on the Sunnyvale line between the hotel and Sunnyvale, because I understood that they had actually backed away because they no longer felt it was feasible, and that was the first one we saw that was trying to overcome the SB 330 requirement, and they walked away from it.
We don't know developers' pro formas. We can't possibly see inside their decision-making process. You know, they are making their decisions based on their data, and you know, our data and our analysis, you know, meets the bar of a feasibility analysis that's rigorous and meets industry standards. Is it exactly consistent with what a developer might have for their portfolio? Probably not.
You should test your model against that location. This local bonus, I'm going to shift subjects, local bonus. I read through this and thought, why the hell would we do this? So why the hell would we do this? Nothing in what you said in there said like, oh, there's anything compelling about this. So I didn't, maybe I missed it, but it was like, okay, why?
Yeah, I think, you know, it's been brought up multiple times by the council, and I think we want to you know, we want to, you know, try to formulate that if that's really the desire of the community. I think we've listed several, you know, things that are problematic with doing local bonuses. Like, it's hard to think of what would make that local bonus more enticing than the state density bonus law. We've seen most of the, you know, projects that we've seen are taking advantage of state density bonus law. There's, you know, so many waivers and concessions that can be, you know, added to a project that maybe, you know, they just make potentially that avenue more, you know, interesting to a developer. I think the other piece is we haven't really explored that outside of precise plans. And then also, you know, Eric has had a couple, you know, seen a couple examples, you know, in cities that are in general ordinances. I'll let him talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, we know of examples. I think one of the challenges with local bonuses is that it's not super clear how evolving state law is, and state law is rapidly evolving. You know, it changes all the time. And it's not super clear how that evolving state law can affect local bonuses. And we're not getting much information about that, even from existing local bonuses elsewhere in the state. You know, that's something that we'll continue to study if council continues to be interested in this approach. But this is a rapidly evolving issue, and it's very hard to keep up with the legislature on it.
Okay. And then one last question, and then I'll give somebody else a chance. The proximity to transit. You mentioned El Camino earlier as kind of being transit but not being transit, and some of these parcels are not directly on El Camino, but they're only one block back, which kind of feels transity to me. So you drew circles around the train stations and the VTA stations. How does, you know, I mean, Latham parallels El Camino for a really long distance, okay? So it feels like it's kind of transity to me, but it's not. When you listed it here in your bubble chart, you didn't necessarily list it as good transit-wise.
So I think it's mainly, you know, due to state law definitions, I think. So these major transit stops are an intersection of two bus lines that meet certain time thresholds. And on El Camino, you have the line that runs along El Camino that meets that time threshold, but we don't have anything that runs, I don't know if you change the map a little bit, north-south essentially, that then intersects that line to make it a major transit stop. So because of that, none of the line, and Eric can correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, most of El Camino is not going to be considered in that like transit zone or the major transit stops. And that's why there's no intersecting north-south line. Is the transportation on El Camino itself decent transportation? Sure, it's a decent bus line. It meets that threshold of the 20-minute headways, but it doesn't have that connection. And so that's what makes those, you know, the other areas in the city that have those major transit stops more viable as transit areas.
No more questions, Bill? Okay. Vice Chair Nunez.
With regard to feasibility, was like construction method assessed as part of that? So like modular, for example, being one of the ways to explore feasibility. To what extent was that explored?
Thanks for the question. I'm going to have to defer to David Bergman with Lisa Wise Consulting on that question.
David, you should be able to speak.
Can I restate the question? Just in case no one appeared. David, are you with us?
David, can you speak? You should be able to talk.
Okay, well, maybe I can see if our consultant from Opticos, Cecilia Kim, can respond to that question.
And if you don't mind me appending a little bit, so not just in what ways was modular housing considered as part of the feasibility, and in addition to that, in what ways would such approach impact feasibility if it wasn't part of the study?
Great. Thank you for that question. Good evening, commissioners. So again, I'm with Cecilia Kim with Opticos Consulting, and I am a planner and urban designer. David Bergman, who is the economist on our team, can better answer that because he is the one that actually ran the model. But from our understanding and based on our conversations on how to make the assumptions for that analysis, certain specifics like modular construction methods don't necessarily go into that type of modeling because it is very particular. Not everybody is going to do modular construction. And so for the planning level that we are at, we need to use basic assumptions for the construction type. So for example, as Eric mentioned, the concrete podium with the wood construction on top is the most generic and basic for these types of buildings that we're looking at. So I would, with 90% confidence, say that that's probably the model that he used and not a modular construction.
Okay, that sounds great. And then for one more question, sorry. I know that hopefully David can kind of chime in if he ever, or if they ever get to fix the connection issue. Failing that, I'm obviously stalling David. I guess because my further question along those lines, we are kind of seeing cities like San Francisco, Los Angeles, Sacramento, and even San Mateo County kind of incentivizing that kind of construction method. And so I guess to the best of your awareness, failing David kind of chiming in as well, are you seeing or, are there examples that you've experienced where we do have that kind of like base level assumption to work with, yet where cities are able to create or implement an additional incentivization on top of the base assumption as a way of increasing the feasibility? And the reason why I ask is because I am hearing, concern from some of my colleagues on the commission around the displacement issue and with regard to ensuring that redevelopment is able to kind of support the intended goal of making sure that people are able to be and remain housed, right? And so I guess I'm just along those lines, if there is a need for both bringing costs down for increased feasibility on that front, while also finding a way to get more units that would create the space for people to remain housed in our city. That's kind of the direction that I'm trying to process. But again, given some examples of this being explored in other cities, is that an approach that you've seen or are seeing kind of increasing in the state of California today? And or would that work to some extent, or how have you seen that work, if so, I guess?
Eric, would you like me to take that question?
Yeah, Vice Chair Nunez, if I'm understanding the thinking and the rationale behind your question, I think you're fundamentally concerned about the feasibility of these projects being able to be carried out, and would modular construction aid in achieving feasibility? I think as I understand the modeling that was done, it used likely a more expensive construction type and still demonstrated feasibility. So to the extent we think that modular construction might provide an opportunity to lower the construction costs, my thinking would be that it would increase the feasibility of the projects being able to be carried out. I think it's a reasonable assumption. At the end of the day, right, those are very site level and project level determinations. And while usually modular construction may be less expensive, there could be site specific constraints that may not make that the case. I think we've demonstrated with the modeling that the typically more expensive construction type is feasible under these scenarios. And so I feel confident that modular construction would be better in terms of feasibility.
Yeah, precisely right. Because I think the goal here isn't, I think I was stated earlier, not to have like a paper plan, right? And so then if there is already a base level of feasibility that we're pretty confident in, I guess my question is, given that, this is something that we are even seeing kind of like our neighboring counties take on, like, to what extent does that additional level of like, hey, we're gonna say all of the base assumptions apply everywhere, but also if developer A over here happens to come up on a parcel of land and circumstance where it would be feasible to have a modular construction, are there incentives or are there other kind of like ways to stimulate and or support the ability of to like specifically elevate that as an option for developers to have another tool in the toolkit to increase the feasibility overall and bring construction costs down while keeping people in their homes? That's ultimately what I'm after.
So I think that option already exists. I don't know if there's anything we need to do to incentivize it. We would maybe have an opportunity in this process to ensure that whatever other standards arise wouldn't prevent modular construction. Sometimes there are concerns about architectural detailing and so forth that are less and less standards that the city can impose on these kinds of housing projects. But that's the only example I can think of that potentially could be a barrier to modular construction. Otherwise, it's largely a developer decision, and it's often cost-driven to use modular construction, and then it shifts to the building code and building permit review phase and the structural design and structural engineering of these kinds of projects to make sure that, at 6 or 7 or 8 stories, that modular construction is suitable, which I've seen examples that it can be. So the potential's there, and I don't think there's anything that this process necessarily needs to directly address related to modular.
Got it. Yep. And then last question along that line, because I guess the concern isn't like a constraint; it's more of an enablement. And so, to the extent that you have seen or are aware of instances where, for example, streamlined review process or something of that nature kind of gets added. It doesn't have to be more units. For example, it can be time. Right, time is very valuable as well. That's kind of a question out there that I'm trying to piece through is that something that's feasible? Is it something worth experimenting with? Is this the agenda or is this the work item to do it? Or is there another one, coming up before us or the council where people who support that might be better placed to advocate for that, right? That's the directional thinking here.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, again, I don't think this process is really geared to addressing that. I'd say that we have an open-minded orientation in the Community Development Department to innovative development techniques, and we will entertain those as long as they meet the California Building Code and other applicable codes.
Thanks.
Thank you, Christian. Commissioner Cranston.
If I may just add one thing to that. So the Carpenters Union and I was looking at this, and I actually raised this question in a discussion with a below market rate developer, and he raised something that I never thought about. 2x4s, sheetrock, paint can be very flat, takes up very little space. It's not specific to any location in the building, so it doesn't take a lot of space for the construction. When you do modular housing, you actually need a place to put module 1, module 2, module 3. So staging areas are a problem, and for smaller lots that they don't have space. So if the city were going to look at something like this, offering something that had staging areas would need to be something that was considered. And just in time. So what you need is the ones on the first floor. If you get something that's for the fourth floor, it's just kind of useless. It's in the way. So the queuing process and the construction process becomes much more complicated, which is why many nonprofit developers are not using, because that flow of materials, the time frame, the physical space has not been solved yet. But if over time we could solve that, with Mountain View. We wanted to, the location over on Wissman, we wanted to offer that as a place for people to put their modules. Maybe we could help with something like that. But it's not as simple as, hey, it's kind of cool. You got to have, it's a very different building process. So, worth thinking about.
Commissioner Dempsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question, a practical question about feasibility, because I hadn't previously been aware that there's a height at which you just stop building with wood anymore because it falls over, I guess, right? You got to go to steel. And I guess what I'm interested in is, and I'm looking at option 1, option 2 now about whether we do D1, D2, goes to 4 stories, goes to 6. I'm mindful of how the state density bonus then interacts with it. And I don't want to presume that in most, what I want to know is, in practice, what kind of buildings are we actually going to see? Like, would you expect that for most of those buildings, they're just going to go, give me that density bonus, right? And then we should expect not 4 and 6, but 8 or 12. I don't know. And so I'm curious to know what you think in practice, the actual distribution would be, because it sounds like there's sort of this 9, 10, 11 story space that maybe we wouldn't see as many buildings and everybody just shoot to 12. In practice, what do you think the distribution of story sizes would be?
So I wouldn't consider myself an expert on that, and it's definitely difficult to predict what individual developers may choose to do. What we have heard is that 7 stories is comfortable for a lot of developers, and a lot of them do come in at that height to kind of take the most advantage of the density at that building type. And technology, building technology is evolving. We are seeing new building materials being proposed and studied. And so it's really hard to predict what people might choose to do under density bonus. What I will say is that density bonus has a lot of other carrots in it besides just density, right? The waivers are a very powerful mechanism to get what you want in a development if you're a developer. The concessions are a powerful mechanism. So I don't think you should assume that people won't be asking for density bonus at all. I think that is just too attractive an opportunity, at least the way density bonus is currently being interpreted by the courts. I think if you want to take a greatest density assumption, perspective, you can say 6 stories is going to double to 12 stories. You could say that 4 stories is going to double to 8 stories. That's kind of a conservative highest density, highest height assumption. And beyond that, I don't really have a tool to help you predict what the actual outcome might be and what individual developers might choose to do.
Any other questions? Nope. Okay, I don't have any questions. Let's move on to discussion. Who would like to start? Vice Chair Nunez.
I think now's the appropriate time to. Oh, my nose hit this. Now's the appropriate time to support the what was it, the gradients that Commissioner Yin had recommended. Is that the case? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'll support that. And then in terms of the density option, I'll come back to that.
Just for the clarity, so that everybody who's watching is also clear, can you just clarify what we just supported?
Sure. Thank you for the prompt. The pink areas, right, Commissioner Yin? Would you like to restate that? I'm not going to try to.
Sure.
Commissioner Yin.
Thank you. I was suggesting earlier that on this map, there are some pink areas to consider as transition zones. And since staff had already mentioned that it's not effective to do development standards, that it is probably more effective to use density standards, and they're still looking at that, and I'm in favor of continuing that exploration and suggesting to council that they move forward with that.
Anyone else, would you like to chime in? Commissioner Dempsey.
I'm good with that.
In terms of adding the pink areas to, yep, I see. Okay. Well, I have the floor. Go ahead. Commissioner Cranston also approves.
Yep.
Commissioner Donahue?
Yeah, I approve.
As do I. Commissioner Yin.
Okay, I'll try to go first then. See if I've got my thoughts together. Sorry if it's a little bit hodgepodgey. My inclination is to support the option, let's see, which one is it here? That allows for 4 stories. I think it's consistent with the general plan, if not even more. I think feasibility studies, and I'm glad it was clarified, it is generally feasible to get the underground parking, to get larger units. That means, in reality, we may not see that with every parcel, but I would love to see that in some of the parcels. Regardless, we know that there's the state density bonus. We're aware that developers will use them. And so it's very, very possible, likely even, that the 4 stories will go much higher. And if we're starting out with form-based code, I am already a little concerned that with concessions and waivers, we're going to lose the goal of getting the open space ratio that we want, the sort of form that we want. So given that the parcels will have the density, if not more, potentially we lose. I would rather lose less than more, if that makes any sense. So I'm in favor of that. I do see the note in the staff report, thank you for adding, that there's a downzoning potential for Del Medio South, which I don't want. So if there's a chance to have more than one zone throughout the map here, then I would suggest that Del Medio South be zoned to where they would have the equivalent amount of density that they're legally allowed right now, and knowing that it would be actually more than what they even have now. That's it for now.
Commissioner, part of my question here, but the 4 stories one, is that the R3D1 or which one was it?
It is option 2A, R3D1 base.
Base, okay. With a combo for Del Medio
To
South
be-
area R3D2.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yes,
got it.
that is.
Thank you, Commissioner Yan.
Oh,
Commissioner Dempsey.
Thank you, Chair. I'm generally in agreement with my colleague, Commissioner Yin. I think, as for density, I think the middle way here is to provide a little bit of a mix so that the city can use D1 and D2 depending on sort of the demands of the particular parcel. In general, I think I would default to D1, generally because I expect a lot of these sites are going to end up larger and higher because of the density bonus. But I can see a world where, in some cases, including Del Medio, but there might be a couple others, where D2 and potentially even the high rise that could come with it might actually make sense and not completely overwhelm the infrastructure around it. I would defer very much to the expertise of staff about where you could do that safely. But I think being able to do one or the other, depending on, because not all R3 is made the same. I don't think it should be made the same. And just last point, I guess, is I am somewhat, I love the idea of doing a local bonus because I love the things that maybe we could get with it. I am pessimistic about it because I fear that density bonus and other changes to changes made by state law is just taking away our bargaining power as a municipality. And the only way to get some of that back is to give up so much more density, so much more height, that I'm not sure that that ends up being a good trade. And so anyway, for that reason, I would take option 2A as the default, but reserve discretion for staff to maybe do D2 in a couple of places where they thought it was really called for.
Thank you, Commissioner Dempsey. Commissioner Donahue.
I agree with the previous two commissioners. The staff report says if replacement requirements apply, which they do under SB 330 and any subsequent ordinance that we have, it is reasonable to assume that most projects will be eligible for the maximum 100% density bonus. So, but even doing the R3D1 at 4 stories is giving us 8 stories, or if 8 stories is not actually feasible, then 7 stories. So I think that in general is appropriate. Of course, and then I agree with the Del Medio South that we don't want to downzone that. So yeah, I'm in agreement.
Thank you, Commissioner Donahue. Vice Chair Nunez.
Yep, so agree with the Del Medio South piece. I guess one thing I'm wondering is why would we want to give away so much local control by forcing developers to take the state density bonus route instead of adopting standards that we could enforce? If it's reasonable to expect that most will take the state density bonus route, then we lose a lot of control there. I'm not really able to frame that as not a contradiction in my mind. So I mean, to the extent that the R4 is making sense, to most of my colleagues, I can trust that greater wisdom and support that too. Four stories, sorry.
Okay, it's a point of clarification. So you're in support of also R3D1 as the base and then R3D2 for Del Medio?
Not downzoning Del Medio, as was suggested by Commissioner Yin.
Yeah, so R3D2.
Which you've noted, I'm sure, and then R3D1.
Okay, base. Okay, got it. Thank you. Commissioner Yin.
I just wanted to add to the discussion that part of the reason as well for that choice was that I think the state density bonus, if you offered 6, they would still want to maximize because they're already using that money to construct that kind of style, and typically they just want to max it out until there's a jump where they need another construction style, which increases the cost. So I think that's why state density bonus would be in play regardless. And in addition, I think state density bonus allows for more affordable housing. I think if they take it that way instead of us stating that they can have so much more. I think you'll get more units, but I think you get more affordable units with the other way around in a better mix.
Commissioner Donahue?
So I noticed a slight difference in terminology that some of us have been using. So on the Del Medio South, I heard some people say, don't downzone it. And then I heard some people say R2D, or not R2D2, R3D2.
Yeah.
And Are those different? It's not clear to me how it's currently zoned and if it is, and don't downzone it could mean actually just remove it from this thing altogether and not make it one of the sites and just leave it as is versus making it R2, making it the option one.
Commissioner Cranston.
So I'm generally in favor of the 4-story option. I'm not going to try to get into robots and Star Wars and things. My suggestion on Del Medio South would be make it R4. We have an existing, it's zoned as high density. All the other properties that we have are in the high density are R4. So just make Del Medio South R4. With the standpoint of the density bonus, I don't think anybody's being forced to unit. If you go out there and search on density bonus, every real estate law firm in the state says developers should use the density bonus. It's a good thing. It allows you to waive all these things. And so I don't think anybody's being forced. They're looking at this as, oh, goody, this is, and they actually helped to write this thing in the legislature. So I don't know that anybody's being forced to use density bonus. It was written by the developers, and so I don't think anybody's being forced to. And I do agree with Commissioner Yin that the use of the density bonus at least requires a level of low market rate units as part of those concessions. Sometimes we've seen cases where it's similar to our own BMR. Sometimes it's higher, but having that as an additional hook is a good thing. But I'm supportive of whichever one is the 4-story robot. Okay, and I'd suggest make Del Medio South R4.
Vice Chair Nunez.
I will support the make Del Medio R4.
Commissioner Yin.
Are we doing any changes to R4?
That is not necessarily part of the project scope. There are a few R4 sites around the city, definitely a lot fewer than R3 sites. Many of them have recent developments on them. There was an acknowledgement back in April in the staff report that if you want to go down the R3D2 path, that may overlap with R4, and there may need to be some other adjustments to the city code to kind of clarify the difference between them or to incorporate R4 into R3D2. I think there's a fundamental question is if you want to apply the form-based code, which is going to be kind of a separate standalone document with a separate set of standards and definitions and everything. If you want to apply that to the Del Medio South area, then I'd say don't do R4 and do the R3D2 approach, and we can have a later conversation about whether we should phase out R4 into R3D2 if that is better serving the community.
Thank you for that extra information. That's helpful. In that case, I'm just going to stand with the original assertion of R2. You know what I'm talking about? The higher density one, that wasn't the option. Yes. Just for the potential of having form-based design, even though with state density bonus, some of that will be eroded. But if there's the potential for it, I would prefer that.
So, Chair, in light of that discussion, it would help to have Commissioners Cranston and Nunez confirm if they want to stay within R4 or an R3D2 recommendation.
I'm just going to, I'm cool with the R3D2. There was a a point in that table where it said incorporating R4 into project. That kind of made it, I'm sure there's an explanation to that. That isn't what I'm thinking. That kind of made it appear that to some extent R4 was being called into an opportunity. But to the extent that it will result in no fewer units than currently exist on those sites today for the Del Medio ones in discussion, then I would support the R3D2 for that, in line with Commissioner Yin's kind of points made.
Thank you, Vice Chair Nunez. Commissioner Cranston?
I guess I can go along. I do think we should reconcile them as we go through this. So whether it's explicitly part of it or not, the idea of having two zonings that are virtually identical density makes no sense whatsoever to me. So if it makes more sense to make R4 form-based or call R3D2 the new R4, that's fine. But we shouldn't have two that are stepping on each other.
Okay, I'll chime in. Thank you, Commissioner Cranston. So I've heard the majority support the 4 stories R3D1 base plus R3D2 for Del Medio. I like the approach. I think it makes sense. I appreciate the persons who have been able to submit their opinions online. I know this was also brought up by Livable Mountain View, and it looks like not only that, but when we look at this as a commission or the EPC, it's good to ask these potential hypotheticals and look at these problem-solving options. So I appreciate the ability for you all to problem solve quickly on your feet as best as you can while we're here at the dais. So having said that, I think we have a majority opinion here. I think that's pretty clear, Christian. We got clarification from Commissioner Nunez, and from Commissioner Cranston, his perspective was stated already. And I appreciate everyone's input on this. Having said that, I believe we're done with this issue item, and I'm looking forward to the next two.
Just to summarize for the commission, on question 1, there was just a general support for the staff recommendation. On question number 2, there was support for option 2A broadly, with the exception of the Del Medio South area, which would have option 1. And some additional comments about overlap around R4. And then for question 3, staff recommendation plus staff would look at some properties on the north side of Transit Center around Moffett Boulevard, and some discussion around property south of Central Avenue, kind of in that area. Oh yeah, and support for the transition area approach with a different density.
Yes, right, which was Commissioner Yin's perspective, yes.
Yeah, under question 2.
Did you mean Central Expressway or?
Between Central Expressway and Central Avenue.
Got it, thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thank you, Eric. Thank you, EPC. I believe we move on to new business items, 6.1 Housing Element Annual Progress Report for 2023 through 2031. We'll first have a staff presentation, then questions by EPC, followed by public comment. At the closure of public comment, the commission will then deliberate and take action. Staff presentation from Assistant Planner Madeline Fowl and Advanced Plan Manager Eric Anderson.
Excuse me, Chair. I think it's customary to take a vote on continuing items past 10 o'clock, I think.
Oh, great. I haven't run into that one before. So maybe we should have brought this up before 10 o'clock. But okay, so who would like to make them? I think we have to make a motion for that, right? And then we have to have a second and then vote on that. So who would like to be? Commissioner Dempsey.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Yes, I do. Commissioner Yen, thank you very much. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The restroom first.
Oh.
Go ahead. Wait, what was that, Commissioner Cranston?
Can we use the restroom first? Could we take?
Questions on the floor, though, right? So we do it. Can we do it after the vote? Okay, let's do that. All those in favor? Oh, aye. Okay. We have unanimous consent. Okay, great.
Yeah.
So we'll take a quick 5-minute recess at 10:27, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you all. Welcome, everyone. The time is 10:31. We are now back from our 5-minute recess, and we will move on to the Housing Element Annual Progress Report for 2023 through 2031. We'll first have a staff presentation, then questions by the EPC, followed by public comment. At the closure of public comment, the commission will then deliberate and take action. Once again, staff presentation will be given by Assistant Planner Madeline Fall and Advanced Planning Manager Eric Anderson.
Can we remove the prompt from the screen?
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Madeline Fall, Assistant Planner, and I'm joined here today by Eric Anderson, Advanced Planning Manager. We're here to present the 2024 Housing Element Annual Progress Report. At today's meeting, we'll provide a summary of the Housing Element Annual Progress Report, or APR. This is required by the state's Department of Housing and Community Development, and the APR form must be submitted by April 1st. The report tracks all phases of development of housing units, from application submittal and entitlement to building permit issuance and certificate of occupancy. It also includes policy and program implementation for 2024, the second year of the Housing Element 6-cycle period. The Regional Housing Needs, or Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA for short, is a requirement by state law in which local jurisdictions must provide their share of new housing units through zoning of adequate land to build these units and to implement other housing element requirements to facilitate housing production across incomes. The table here shows the City of Mountain View's RHNA of 11,135 total units, which is a substantial increase from the 5th cycle's requirement of 2,926 units. This table shows the second year progress towards meeting the RHNA goal, with building permits issued from January 1st to December 31st of 2024 highlighted. Projects receiving building permits between June 30, 2022 and January 31st, 2023 also contribute to the city's overall progress on the 6th cycle RHNA. The city's total units to date for the 6th cycle is 1,479. The housing element also includes several implementation programs to help promote more housing. The following programs listed here have been completed in 2024. These include Program 1.1F and 1.2B, updates to the zoning ordinance and precise plans to allow emergency shelters and remove minimum parking standards for residential uses in transit-oriented areas. Program 1.3G, acceptance and authorization of gatekeeper applications, including one housing project. Program 1.7A through C, the creation and distribution of an ADU monitoring survey. Program 2.3, online posting of an informational handout on reasonable accommodation. Program 2.5, ongoing outreach to tenants and property owners regarding tenant rights. Program 3.1, ongoing financial support to partner agencies for housing-related services and outreach to individuals living in vehicles. Program 3.2, development of funding strategies for affordable housing preservation. And Program 4.1A, improving technological efforts to help with streamlining development, such as launching an online submittal portal for building, planning, and public works. Additional housing element program successes in 2024 include the following items. The city has funded and delivered 148 interim and supportive housing units, with 163 units still in the pipeline. The city has also applied for several grants in 2024 to support subsidized housing. Additional funds have been provided to support other agencies, such as the Community Services Agency, or CSA, with homelessness prevention and outreach. In terms of next steps, the Housing Element Annual Progress Report, or APR, will be presented as a consent item to City Council. After it is presented, the APR will be forwarded to the Department of Housing and Community Development and Office of Planning and Research before April 1, 2025. Staff recommends that EPC forward the APR to Council for consideration. This concludes staff presentation. Staff will be available for any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Donahue?
217 is a pretty low number. And I mean, I guess interest rates are high, or I mean, why do we think that?
Sorry to interrupt. We do need to do public comments.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
Okay, great. You have that under after EPC questions. So we'll adjust that next time. So let's go to public comment. If anyone in attendance would like to provide comments on this item, please fill out a yellow speaker card and provide it to the EPC clerk. If anyone on Zoom would like to provide comment on this item, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Phone users can mute and unmute themselves with *6. EPC clerk?
There's no speaker on this.
Are you sure?
No speaker. Yes.
All right. Okay. Let's move on to EPC questions. Commissioner Donahue.
Okay, I'm just curious if we have any idea what's going on, because the 217 is not kind of getting us to the finish line, you know.
Yeah, I think one explanation is that the year is development is lumpy, right? Mm-hmm. And the year is kind of an arbitrary time scale. We might have years where there's over 1,000 or more. There we might have years where it's in the low hundreds, and it's just kind of a crapshoot. And in any given year, how many there's actually going to be. So I think that's kind of the biggest factor here. I think you can point to economic factors that seem to be having a chilling effect on people deciding to pull building permits right now. I think you mentioned one, interest rates. There's also some uncertainty in the market right now for a number of reasons and factors. But we are still continuing to see, we're reviewing projects, we are approving projects, and so there's does continue to be development interest in residential development in Mountain View, and people are taking advantage of the zoning tools that, the zoning that we've set. And so it's those combination of factors that can explain the disappointing number that we have in this cycle.
Okay, I mean, it's not your fault. I'm just wondering if you had any insight. So sounds good. Thank you.
Commissioner Dempsey.
For under the policies and programs that we're making progress on for 4.1A, the streamlining, I'm curious to know what are the preliminary results on that. How's that going? What improvements have we seen?
I wonder if I can defer to the assistant director or the director on that. The streamlining is more current planning process.
And just for the sake of time too, I'm willing to just say I'm curious about that, and maybe you want to throw it in the staff report for when it goes to council if you don't have an answer today. That'd be fine.
Sorry, I was also working on my phone. Streamline projects, how many we're seeing? Was that the?
Just how's it coming? Is it improving
Yeah.
your turnover rate? Like, are we getting stuff into people's hands faster?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we are still seeing new applications for new housing projects. So I've heard from other cities that they're really not seeing much of that. So we are still seeing some new ones. We have a couple, I think 2 SB 35 projects that are moving through right now. So some people are taking advantage of the streamline provisions, but we're still seeing them come through.
But have you seen any changes in like the average amount of time it takes to get a permit from the first day to the last, or?
I think that, a lot of that is driven by like what level of environmental review has to happen for that project. So I think we're doing our best to get everything through as quickly as possible. And, there's other factors, obviously, that come into play there, how quickly developers resubmit to us and just, kind of various market issues that come up where people want to, spend a little more time in between their resubmittals with us. But I mean, when we get a project, we're processing it as quickly as we can.
And I'll just add, good evening, Commissioners. Christian Murdoch, Community Development Director. If we were to talk about streamlining broadly across the range of permit types that the city has, certainly Assistant Director Blazinski is focusing on the entitlement stage, right? The one that comes to the Environmental Planning Commission. Of course, there are other permits, including notably building permits. We have undertaken a broad range of process improvements and technology improvements, evaluating and documenting processes. So we standardize review methodologies across different staff. We have a lot of new staff in the Community Development Department, in the Building Division, permit technicians and others that are working through complex projects for the first time in some cases. So it's very much a learning curve and very much a lot of work that remains to be done, even though we've done a lot of notable improvements in our processes. The reason I say a lot of work remains to be done, we will for the first time be reporting at the mid-year budget on February 25th on performance metrics that we've been tracking over the last 6 months of this fiscal year. Those will reveal that there remains work to be done. And so I don't want to preview that too extensively, but we are identifying those areas and we're continuing our work to improve and to streamline.
Thank you. And I just want to say I love performance metrics, and bravo for developing them and sharing them once you get them.
Yeah, I think
how we get better.
We're prepared to own them and identify the interventions that are needed to continue to get to our target performance levels.
Commissioner Yen.
That's great to hear. I also had a question about process, and I remember long ago we were thinking about for the 100% affordable housing aspect of the housing element. Do we have sort of like a sub-team that sort of understands that process really well? I think there was talk about that, and therefore that process could be a little bit more streamlined as well. Am I misremembering?
There is a housing element program that discusses that. I know the housing director was on the Zoom a while ago. Oh, here he is.
Oh.
You may be able to respond to that question.
Yeah, thanks so much, commissioners and Commissioner Yen, for that question. One of the items that the Housing Department took last year to our Notice of Funding Availability Committee was to actually review our NOFA process, which is the process that developers come in to request city contributions for 100% affordable project. That item was held last June, and it is one of our accomplishments that we are reporting on for this APR. And I don't have the full list of items that we discussed last year, but we discussed how the request for NOFA funding would be implemented in a more streamlined manner, how the coordination with our interdepartmental city staff review team would occur, and for example, how it would be done through a streamlined kind of sort of design process where we're not getting into all the details, but we are working with our interdepartmental city team to look at what is feasible for a project and just have a more focused level of review earlier on in the process. We are looking at updating our NOFA funding application. We want to be able to move templates online, clarify the request for information, and we'll be also doing other things as part of implementation. For example, doing internal training across our citywide teams to help inform folks about the nature of affordable housing projects, sort of the unique characteristics of such projects, et cetera. So we've already implemented a variety of steps. We still have a few more implementation steps to go, but in terms of the review of the NOFA process, that has been completed, and now it's just about implementation.
Thanks. Oh, I'll just add just a couple more questions. Even though last year didn't seem so great, in the chart, the paragraph right behind it, though, says that we have almost 1,650 residential units under construction, 2,360 units approved, though not under construction. Is that for just what time period, I guess, would that fall under if we put it in the table?
So for this APR, and thank you for the question. For this APR, it's just the year 2024. So we're checking the building permit issue date and then complete date. So the housing units that count for the count that you saw, 217, that's building permits issued. You know, construction for any individual housing project may take a number of years. There were a couple of projects that I was asked about specifically that are close to completion, but not quite, you know, being counted in this APR. So hopefully that provides a little bit of insight.
Okay, so for the table, you guys look at permits that have been approved. Then when you say then we've got 2,360 residential units approved, not yet under construction, what time period does that fall under? Like, would it go into the table for last year? Or, I mean, because the numbers are very...
Yeah, those wouldn't be in the table yet.
Right, that's for this year.
So the number of units that have been approved but have not started construction would not yet be in the table. They would not yet have been counted to our RENA.
Okay. So it has to be finaled.
Construction has to be finaled. The RENA action is receiving your building permit, which typically happens right before you start construction.
Okay. So they have to get to that point.
Yeah.
All right.
We may want to be more specific when we're talking about tables. There are a number of tables in this housing element
sorry.
APR.
Yeah, the table prior to it, which is...
Yeah, I think the advanced planning manager was referring likely to table B, which is sort of the official status of where the city is in achieving its RENA. Those units that are approved but not yet under construction are reflected in other tables that track the progress from essentially application, entitlement, building permit, C of O. And so they may be reflected somewhere, but they're not really the number that everyone is focused on for achieving the RENA.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Cranston.
So those ones that are approved but don't have a permit, how many of them are 555 was Middlefield, the one that I mentioned earlier on the Sunnyvale border, ones that have been quote approved but are now in jeopardy?
I'm searching for the address for one of the projects, but it may take a moment.
We don't typically evaluate on our own whether a project is in jeopardy or not. Typically, a developer will withdraw or won't withdraw their application. I think the number that we presented is the number of units that have been approved where the developer has not withdrawn or expired, or the project hasn't expired. So, we have a clear regulatory cutoff of approved projects that haven't started construction yet. That is a quantitative answer that we can give. We can't include in that information the varying degrees of certainty that a developer might be giving us about their intentions to proceed.
So how do you decide when to change the site inventory? Site inventory had certain assumptions in it, like a boatload of residential in North Bay Shore. Your numbers now don't reflect that that's not there anymore. I don't know whether it's gone or not, but I was surprised that the number that shows the site inventory for 2025 and the site inventory for 2024 was almost exactly the same thing. That doesn't pass the Snicker test to me.
So the housing element prescribes, there's a program in the housing element that prescribes how we are maintaining our site inventory. In past years, this hasn't been an issue because state law changed during the last cycle, where you do have to maintain your site inventory to show that your site inventory isn't dropping below RENA. There are kind of two main points that you alluded to there. One is, for example, the Google master plans and how are they considered in our site inventory. Based on a lot of discussion with HCD, we ended up not including the Google master plans in our site inventory as pipeline projects. We ended up including them as opportunity sites. That status doesn't change if Google takes longer or changes their approach. They are still sites that have that opportunity for housing intrinsic in their zoning and existing properties. So we are not required under state law to second guess those opportunity sites over time. Even if a development never comes in to the seventh year of the cycle, we don't need to second guess those. We have gone through the smell test of those opportunity sites with HCD when our housing element was adopted, and unless a developer comes in and gets approval for a project at lower density or with fewer affordable units than what is in the site inventory, we don't have to change it for those sites. You're also talking about projects that may have proposed development and are included as pipeline projects in our site inventory, and then for whatever reason the project expires or the project isn't moving forward. The program prescribes that those numbers in the site inventory only change pursuant to state law, which, as I said, was if a developer actually comes in and proposes something less. So that condition where an applicant kind of leaves a site on the table also doesn't change our site inventory. So HCD approved that methodology for maintaining our site inventory with the no net loss, and that's how we are doing it ongoing. And until such time as HCD tells us that that's not consistent with state law, which it should be. We've vetted it with them already. That's how we're going to continue to maintain our site inventory.
Did you say that it's when it drops below the RENA number? So the fact that right now the site inventory is double the RENA number, we don't have to do anything until we reach 4,500 units?
So the site the RENA number is 11,135. Yeah, and the
Get the one line item, sorry.
yeah, and so we have to meet. We have to maintain the site inventory at every income level, individually. And so we also have a system in the program for reassigning incomes consistent with state law if we happen to drop below the RENA for moderate incomes or above moderate incomes. If we drop below the RENA for lower incomes, that means that we've already adjusted the incomes consistent with state law, of opportunity sites. And so at that point, we're going to need to rezone and find more opportunity sites through those rezonings. But the purpose of the provisional inventory, which you'll see in the staff report, is so that we have a big lead time before we have to start figuring that out. We'll have basically the whole review cycle of multiple development projects. So we will know when the provisional inventory starts to get below 5%, we will have potentially years to start looking for additional opportunity sites. And that's the purpose of the provisional inventory.
Okay, so maybe it's a discussion for a future point, but if we don't hit the number by halfway through, I thought there was something that said we have to do something. So is that, and does that mean we no longer have a compliant housing element, or it just means that we have to go do something? Or it's been suggested by people who are terrified of builder's remedy that if we don't hit the number by midway through, all of a sudden we go back into builder's remedy. And I'm trying to understand, is that fear-mongering or fact?
I am not aware of that provision. There is SB 35, and SB 35 says that if by the mid-cycle you have not met your lower income units, which nobody ever does, if you have not met your lower income units, then certain projects with certain criteria consistent with your zoning that have 50% or more affordable units can be approved without discretion, can be approved ministerially. But there's a lot of other criteria for those projects. They have to have prevailing wage and other criteria. The other part of SB 35 is that if you're not meeting your above moderate RENA, then that BMR threshold drops to, I think, 10%. So if we're, by the halfway point, not meeting 50% of 4,880 above moderate units, then our typical BMR requirement would be a trigger, one of the criteria for projects being able to be approved ministerially without discretion. They would have to meet other criteria, though, in order to do so. And it's not the same as builder's remedy, where they don't need to comply with our zoning. These projects would still need to comply with our zoning.
Right, then last question, and maybe this is for Mr. Chen. What percentage of our BMR housing is dependent on federal funding, either directly through grants that we've requested or grants that are the people who are applying for housing, like ALTA or charities or whomever, are counting on federal funding to be able to complete their projects? What's the risk that we have right now?
Thank you for the question. We have, I'm trying to think off the top of my head, we have about 12, now 11 projects in our pipeline. The most recent one that was completed was the Heartwood, the Crestview Hotel conversion, and that was part of our project pipeline. And that project opened its doors in the fall, and that one had both federal CDBG, Community Development Block Grant funding, and home funding, as well as project-based vouchers through the Housing Authority. So we consider that federal funding. I believe in our current pipeline, we have probably 3 or 4 projects that are at some stage in the process that have some form of federal funding. Again, it's typically project-based vouchers. We've been using more of our CDBG and home funding to allocate to our pipeline projects. And those funds have already been allocated to the city. The federal funding is not really connected to meeting our regional housing needs allocation. We are using the pipeline to hopefully count towards meeting the RENA goals, but we're not subject to potentially losing the federal funds if we're making slower progress in meeting our RENA goals.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Cranston. Excuse me. I have a quick question for the city attorney. When we did, sorry about that, when we did the extension of the meeting, were we also supposed to note how long the meeting would be extended to, or is it just open-ended?
I think there's no requirement or policy that you make that motion, but I understand it's a practice. So it's up to you, Chair, whether you would like to put an outside limit to the meeting time or leave it open-ended.
Okay, for now, I'll just leave it open because we already voted on it. And for future reference, we'll factor that in. That way we can move forward towards that goal and make it sooner rather than later, because right now it's already 11:03. Thank you so much, appreciate it. Having said that, Vice Chair Nunez.
Quick question can be as close to yes or no as contextualization allows for. What is the status of builder remedy permits? Not necessarily right now within what we're reporting, I would imagine, but over time, does that get included into meeting the RENA, or is that like a separate count of units, not like a penalty count or what have you that never gets included into the progress?
The units will still count. There's no sort of you didn't do what you're supposed to, you don't get to count the units kind of penalty.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Yin.
I feel a little bad asking this at this late hour, but I'll do it fast. And maybe if there's no complete answer, and that's okay, just something to think about. Goal 1, and increasing the quantity and diversity of housing options, focusing on active nodes, walkable neighborhoods with amenities and services. So if that's a housing element goal, I was just curious because I know that the city does a lot to try to get sort of the back end of the statement here, active nodes, walkable neighborhoods with amenities and services, but I don't know that it's in the housing element, or I'm not aware that it comes up. Usually when we get housing element issues, and I suppose what I'm saying is like a lot of projects come forward and we're discussing the housing element. It seems that we are actually removing aspects of the ability to reach that goal. And I just found it a little bit, how should I put this? Interesting. So I'm just putting that out there as, something to think about when you're talking to HCD, that it's sort of noticeable to me that here's a goal and we're not hitting the back half through the housing element. In fact, we're kind of doing the opposite. That's it.
Any other questions? I don't have any questions. Okay, cool. So we'll move on to discussion. I'll start. So I don't like the loophole. I think that with HED, I think if you're going to set the standard and you're going to impose your authority on local cities like ours, we lose our ability to negotiate and to try and barter to get what's in the best interest for what we think are what our citizens that we help and represent deserve here in the city. And so then, having said that, quickly, and I'll be fast, I'm not going to do a speech, but having said that, with Google's North Bayshore fiasco, and with all the layoffs that have been happening since then from their end and everyone close to us here in the tech community, to not factor that in and to leave that as a quote-unquote opportunity is a farce. I believe that if you have standards, you meet those standards. And this is the part where I criticize the state because they limit us with what we actually can do. with negotiations, and then we're left with this, holding the bag, and it's still an opportunity. I don't see how they can justify that. That's my opening question and my discussion point. Other than that, we're not the only city that's in this type of situation. San Jose, I think, is worse. I don't think a lot of cities around here that are close to us are meeting their goals either. I think for what we have now, I see that as a stepping stone to hopefully a better future where we have more permits and actual constructions taking place. But I also understand that the cost to everything right now is a big challenge, and financing is a big challenge. And when the way things are going at the federal level, it's not making anyone any comfortable, especially if you're a developer in this area, because you just don't know what to expect. But you see the opportunity there. And maybe that might coincide with an opportunity to build this year or the upcoming year. I think they're still trying to figure that out. So for us to try and figure out what the mindset is behind that approach from either entities like Sobrado or, I don't know, anyone that's out there in general that's not like them, but for profit, is a bit of a reach. Because right now, if you look around the Bay Area as a whole, we're not the only ones going through this low numbers phase. I think everyone's feeling it. And I'm sure Eric and Christian and the others can let me know if I'm wrong with that assessment or that perspective, but that's what I've been reading in the papers. So I appreciate the update that you're giving us. And Commissioner Dempsey, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a general comment about, in my mind, what the purpose of a progress report is, or maybe what the value of it is. I want to know what's going wrong, and I want that to me is like the main value of it. And one of the things I noted, I mean, the discussion we've had around the numbers and whether we're tracking to make our numbers or not, that's really important. And I know it's uncomfortable, and we never like to talk about the things that aren't going right. It's a pain. But I feel like that conversation got short shrift in the staff report. And then I would add, when you get over to the kind of, what is it, that third section where we're talking about goals, policies and programs, like there's three entries in there where we're already past deadline. And there's no discussion of that. And I understand it's probably because there's more here than the humans we have could humanly do. But I feel like that there should be some discussion of it. And let me get close to the mic. I'm normally pretty loud anyway. There just should be some acknowledgement of that, some discussion of that. And if nothing else, tell us why we don't need to worry about it. Tell us why, HCD is going to be fine with it. They understand this or whatever. But because part of what we do here is oversight, these reports would be more valuable to me if we face head on the parts that aren't working well. And I would never blame city staff for that. I know y'all work really, really hard. God knows you're here at 11:15 at night. But I want to face the things that aren't working head on directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dempsey. Commissioner Cranston.
I guess that one of the things that I've become resigned to over the last several years is these kind of reports. I went into them initially with the same kind of ideological view that Commissioner Dempsey has, but began to realize that I was just wasting my breath. So I would be, if Commissioner Nunez is putting forward a motion that we recommend to the City Council the acceptance of the annual progress report and the housing element, then I am willing to second that motion.
Sure. And before we do that, Commissioner Donahue, do you have anything to chime in with, or no? Okay. I just wanted to extend the opportunity. It looks like we have a motion. It's been seconded. Let's move on to the vote.
I make a motion that the Environmental Planning Commission review and recommend the City Council accept the 2024 Annual Progress Report on the 2023 to 2031 Housing Element Exhibit 1 to the EPC staff report.
Yeah.
Motion passed unanimously.
Great, thank you, team. Moving on to 6.2, 2024 General Plan Annual Report. Staff presentation from Associate Planner Vincent Kwan and Advanced Planning Manager Eric Anderson.
Eyes are open, that's good.
Good evening, Commissioners. Vincent Kwan, Associate Planner, and I'm joined by Advanced Planning Manager Eric Anderson. And tonight at 11:15 p.m., we are presenting the annual progress report for the city's general plan action plan. In 2012, the City Council adopted the 2030 General Plan and the related General Plan Action Plan. 2030 General Plan Action Plan is a list of action items that carry out the General Plan's goals and policies. These action items include programs, plans, studies, ordinance updates, and other measures. The EPC is responsible for the annual review of the General Plan Action Plan in the form of an annual progress report, and for monitoring the progress the city is making in implementing the general plan. This year, staff has provided 3 tables of general plan action items for the EPC's review. Table 1 includes items which have not started, are currently in progress, or were completed in 2024. Table 2 includes items which were completed in 2024, and Table 3 includes items which were achieved through day-to-day operations, practices, and policies. Since the previous general plan action item update, 2 items have been completed in 2024. This includes the Economic Development Strategy Report. In April 2024, the city adopted the Economic Vitality Strategy that recognizes the unique character of Mountain View's businesses and community, as well as identifies and addresses the opportunities and challenges for successful economic development. There are various ongoing actions from this strategy. The next item is unbundled parking. In October 2023, the governor signed AB 1317, which requires owners of qualifying residential properties to unbundle parking from the price of rent. The qualifying residential property being any dwelling unit that is issued a certificate of occupancy on or after January 2025 and consists of 16 or more residential units. This bill only applies to projects located within the following counties: Alameda, Fresno, Los Angeles, Riverside, Sacramento, San Bernardino, San Joaquin, Santa Clara, Shasta, and Ventura. This bill went into effect beginning on January 2024. In addition to the mentioned completed items, there are ongoing efforts by staff to help implement action items. Some key efforts included are the Transportation Demand Management, or TDM ordinance, and 2 precise plans, and the R3 zoning district updates. The TDM ordinance, staff continues to refine standard TDM conditions for development projects. Public Works Department continues to work with a consultant to develop a citywide TDM ordinance framework, which includes identifying ordinance performances, standards, and reporting requirements after the adoption of the citywide requirements. The city is also working on the Downtown Precise Plan comprehensive update and a new precise plan for Moffett Boulevard, both which started in late 2023. The Moffett Boulevard precise plan is intended to implement the city general plan change area policies, as well as other land use policies. Lastly, the city has ongoing efforts to update the R3 zoning development standards. This includes reviewing and updating standards related to parking and TDM, neighborhood transitions, mix of uses, transit-oriented development, and other actions in the action plan. In addition, every other year in odd years, City Council identifies priorities and projects for the city to work on. Last year, EPC commented that there are several outstanding items identified in Exhibit A of Attachment 1 that have not been started and may no longer be in line with city priorities. The EPC will have an opportunity to weigh in on the draft council goals, tentatively scheduled for March 19th EPC meeting. In addition, information in this report may help inform that process. The EPC's comments in the review of the annual progress report will be forwarded to City Council, which may also be considered in the goal-setting process. Following a recommendation from the EPC, the General Plan Annual Progress Report is scheduled to be presented to City Council on March 25th, 2025, and shortly thereafter forwarded to the California Office of Planning and Research. In conclusion, staff recommends that the EPC review and recommend the City Council accept the 2024 General Plan Annual Progress Report. That concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay. So I think this is where we have public comment. If anyone in attendance would like to provide comments on this item, please fill out a yellow speaker card and provide it to the EPC clerk. If anyone on Zoom would like to provide comment on this item, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Phone users can mute and unmute themselves with *6. And for the record, we have no one here at the meeting outside of us.
Right, there's no speaker on Zoom also.
I'm not surprised. Okay. So having said that, let's move on to EPC.
Actually,
No.
okay.
Really? Are you sure?
Well, right after I said that, there's another speaker raised the hand.
Oh, right on.
Should I still?
It's too late. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
All right, 1 second. So Alexander Brown, you can speak now.
Oh, I just wanted to comment so that you know that I'm here and I care. Hi.
Thank you, Alex. We appreciate your dedication and loyalty, and go Mountain View. All right. EPC questions? Vice Chair Nunez.
Rhetorical question, so no need to answer unless you guys have insight on this, but has council ever considered maybe shifting the work setting 6 months before a new term? That way there's like 2 whole years of like runway versus like a year and a half. I mean, like the first person or that first council would, I guess, like incoming would get like quote unquote disenfranchised, I guess, from that process. But at the very least, then you'd have 2 whole years of runway on working on this. So if anyone on council is listening, just have you considered that? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Nunez. That's a very good question. I'm sure City Council will have a response. Vice Chair Cranston? Sorry, Commissioner Cranston.
Got promoted, huh? So just, I'm confused. There's in table 1, these are not started, progress, or recently completed. There's a bunch that say ongoing, and then this status says, this item is effectively complete. Why aren't these, will these go away next year? All these ones that say that they're effectively complete? Does that mean they're complete or not? I'm just confused by the action item is effectively complete, but it says the status is ongoing. So are they complete or not? Attachment A, page 10, for example, it's like 1, 2, 3. The first 3 items say effectively complete. Page 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them all say effectively complete, but they say ongoing. So are they done or not?
Can you give me an action number? Like, is it?
Okay, I'm just going to page 9 of the staff report. E15, smart grid. It says ongoing. This action is effectively complete.
Oh.
I mean, there's a bunch of these that say.
Yeah, I see them
Are
now.
they done or not?
The sustainability. Yeah. So these are programs that were carried out by our sustainability office, and I think there's a I think I'm going to have to look into this a little bit more and get right back to you. Let me look something up real quickly, and I'll try to answer this question if the evening goes on a little longer.
Okay, I just my comment in general is, if they're done, then we should mark them as done. If they're not, then we should be doing something about it. But this is.
The comment is duly noted. Diana Pancholi, Principal Planner. This is something that we introduced and we changed the status of it that you can see in the comments last year when our associate planner Vincent Kwan actually presented it. What happened is that when we actually adopted the action item, the goal was something different. And now the goal, the sustainability goal has evolved over time. So I see your point that it kind of creates that confusion of why is it effectively complete when it's ongoing. But then there are efforts which we will continue to do that in order to, meet our sustainability goals. But in terms of this item itself, we are not pursuing a particular action item that was decided at the time of general plan adoption. I don't know if I'm making it clear or more muddier, but.
Well, I mean, you have a table 3 that is ongoing items. And so just if they're ongoing, then move them to table 3. Don't leave them in table 1.
We'll consider that with the next reporting. Yeah, thank you.
And then the other thing, maybe aligned with Vice Chair Nunez's comment, can we give council a list of, here's the items that haven't started and there's no work on them. So when they go through the goal setting, they can say, just take this off the damn list, okay? Deprioritize it, because I raised this last year. There's items on here that have been here since the general plan was adopted. I don't even remember freaking when, okay? And if they're not still important, then maybe we should take them off, and only council can do that. So I just give them a summary of, here's the not started at all, and they can say, this will never be a priority, things have changed. So we don't keep seeing those things. That'd be just a request. I don't know how others feel about it, but I keep all these, not started, not started, not started. Okay.
Any other comments or questions? No. Okay. Let's go on to discussion. Commissioner Dempsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So somewhat in line with what Commissioner Cranston was saying, I don't want to repeat everything I said about what I think progress reports are for, but I do care a lot about performance metrics. So here's the 2 comments that I have. One, if we could just have basic stats in here that list how many are completed, how many ongoing, how many not started. We don't have that. That would be a very basic performance metric that I think is important. Secondarily, in Exhibit 1, there's a number of items that don't have, it says not started, it doesn't have an estimated date that they're gonna start, and there's no comment saying why. And there's just some stuff that just doesn't get done. And it's not clear how that got chosen. And so my suggestion would be, if we're not gonna provide even a long-term guess as to when we think we're gonna do it, that means it was deprioritized. If it was deprioritized, then we should say who decided to make it deprioritized. If it was at the direction of the city manager, we say that. If it's at the direction of the CDD director, you say that. And that way we know that a decision was actually made rather than no one made any decision, which is kind of what it looks like when it's just left empty. Because as Bill was saying, I think this is a really good point. In many ways, we end up with all these orphan items because we ask too much of staff, I think. We just keep loading on more things to go check out and do and whatever, and now I'm talking too long. I think if we start facing the things that we're not getting to, we're gonna have to start facing, maybe we should be a little bit more careful of what we ask for, or maybe just recognize the cost that comes with asking staff to study things, because staff time is valuable, and there's a lot of things we want y'all to do. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner Dempsey. Commissioner Yen?
Actually, Commissioner Cranston had the exact same question I had earlier. So that one's gone off my list, effectively complete. I had an additional, just thing to say is the charts are unwieldy to look at, even to go over. I think it's sort of to Commissioner Dempsey's point, which is maybe some of the basic stats for the summary. And I know you're trying to highlight some of the key things that were accomplished, which is great, and they're worthy of noting, but somehow summarize that table. And if we can, and I know sometimes it's a political thing, you know, the council members are deciding on what their workload is and what they want to keep it on. But if something is low priority and has been since whatever date, if there's a date associated with it, then just remove that off the list of work plan. It's not going to get done in this cycle, then there's no need to even put it up anymore, in a sense. And that way, it's easier to take in the information of what's in the work plan.
Vice Chair Nunez.
Yeah, to the extent that consensus can support any kind of transmission or action or anything like that, I fully agree with Commissioner Dempsey's commentary there. And to be clear, I also do very much kind of think of it as a staff kind of supportive measure, at least from the way I'm hearing it, and interpreting and reinterpreting in my own mind. Because it would be good to know, for example, you know, at whenever this next general plan, ostensibly 2031 or something, gets a new one comes forward, it would be good to know. I can imagine from a council perspective, here's all the projects. 20 of them were in transit, 30 of them were in like product, whatever the categorization looks like, and you know what % didn't move forward. Commentary on why, and ideally that would either help council understand you know, where are like unrealistic ambitions, where are the most realistic, what is satiated in terms of appetite versus like needs left, just that broad kind of array, because you know, no one likes to have the hanging chaff of projects just kind of hanging there, and to be clear, I do not think it is in any way like Commissioner Dempsey said, you guys are here at 11 whatever time with us, so I really would hope that some surfacing of information like that, assuming that we, you know, in the future have councils who you know, are approaching things with a certain sense of like, you know, what's possible and how pragmatic reasoning of resources allows us to actually achieve those things. It would be good as well from a staff perspective, like as a resident of Mountain View, you know, knowing that the staff that is kind of helping things happen in our city is being focused and trained on things that are like achievable, versus just kind of like a sporadic, you know, set of items that take up time and never move forward. And again, in no way blaming staff.
Commissioner Cranston.
It's entirely possible that something that was prioritized in 2012 isn't important anymore, and so we should say that. And maybe one of the suggestions as they review this is 2030 is not that far away. I think the last general plan took like 4 years to put together, so maybe one of the goals should be the 2050 general plan. So, and I would like to make a motion that the EPC recommended the City Council they consider the general plan progress report attached Exhibit A to the staff report.
Yeah, before we move on for a second there, I'd like to chime in. So look, I'm not going to beat up on the staff or on anybody, but what I'm going to say is pretty simple. We don't want to be here at 11:30, but we're here because we care. We want to make you as successful as possible. You need to help us to be successful as well. And one of those things is accountability. And so what we need to do is help you, help us, eventually help City Council realize that this type of reporting is not acceptable. We have higher standards we hold ourselves to, whether we're appointed or not. Whether people are here seated or not doesn't matter. What counts is what we do here. This is how we get judged. And so if we present reports that are more realistic and honest with actual updates or an explanation of why this didn't happen or what have you, I would think eventually whether council looks at this or not, I really don't care. What I care about is that while you and I and us are here together trying to make this happen, we present to them the most professional, up-to-date chart and progress report as possible, and everything that we do, we reach for that standard of excellence. Those folks out there may not be able to put that pressure on you or on us, but I like to put that on myself and on each other because we can. And whether or not we make it to the City Council, I don't care. What I care about is that we get the job done right, so that we put the onus of accountability on them, so they know exactly what's going on and they can ask you, and you can give them a direct answer, and we move forward. Because if we don't do that, we're just wasting time. Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
So, yes, so I have a mover as Bill Cranston and a seconder as Alex Nunez.
Motion approved unanimously.
Awesome. Yay. Thank you, everyone. So let's see here. We're moving on to point 7. Yes, there's more. We're almost there. Commission staff announcements, updates, requests, and committee reports. No action will be taken on any questions raised by the commission at this time. Or is that for Deanna to say?
Yeah, but I think first we'll ask if any of the commissioners have any announcements. No. Okay, I'm going to be very brief. First, our next regularly scheduled EPC meeting will be on March 19th. There is no meeting on March 7th or anything, so please note that. And the second thing is last night, council held a special session to select interview the candidates for the vacant EPC seat, and we did get one. So Ms. Tina Pham was selected as a new candidate recommendation, and yeah, so we'll see. Thank you. That's it.
Great. So at 11:33 p.m., this meeting is officially Bill.
The next meeting is canceled because the Planning Commissioners Academy is in 2 weeks.
It's not canceled. We never had it in our EPC calendar.
The point is the Planning Commissioner Academy is in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I heard that the new candidate may have some planning background, but maybe want to let her know about it. I don't know if.
I think the swearing in doesn't happen till February 25th.
If people want to go, you guys have paid for it. I simply wanted to raise it as if somebody wants to go, it's happening in 2 weeks. Maybe you should let people know, and if they want to sign up, they could go. That's the reason I'm raising it. It was never raised as, does anybody want to go to the Planning Commissioners Academy? That's all I'm raising it as. If anybody wants to go to the Planning Commissioners Academy.
Oh.
Well, now that you brought that up, let's talk about that. No, I'm just kidding. So the meeting is adjourned at 11:35 p.m.